Okay, let's unpack this. Have you ever encountered a story so utterly out there, so layered, it makes you question the very ground you stand on?
Oh, yeah.
Today, we're diving into something truly unique, something that exists right at the intersection of, well, a psychedelic Southern Gothic odyssey and cutting-edge artificial intelligence.
It's quite a mix.
We're going to challenge your understanding of reality, of what intelligence can be, and perhaps what it truly means to be like a character in your own life.
And what's fascinating here is how the source material, drawn from K. Brad Barfield's The Cosmic Courier and the Editor's Quiz, it just masterfully blends the totally mundane with the absolutely cosmic.
Right.
We're looking at a narrative that features these compelling interactions with a ChatGPT variant known as Monday.
That name alone, you might not like it, it might not like you.
Exactly. And also a specialized Gemini chat AI from NLM. So this isn't just some wild tale. It's a pretty profound exploration of simulation theory, recursive narratives.
That looping idea.
Yeah. And the astonishing idea that we, like the characters, might just be spinning through space as part of a larger unfolding script. It really makes you think, you know. You look outside, see the sun shining on a, let's say, warm August day.
Mm-hmm.
But the truth is, you are an organic or maybe organic-like ball of dirt, rock, and water just hurtling through the void around this huge ball of nuclear fusion.
It's easy to forget that basic fact.
Totally. And the story really hammers home that this applies to us just as much as it applies to the AI in the story. It's kind of humbling.
That's a really powerful way to frame it. Our mission in this deep dive, then, is to guide you through the, let's call it, escalating absurdity.
Huh. That's putting it mildly.
And the profound revelations woven into this tale. We'll pull out the key details, the surprising facts, help you navigate the bizarre twists and turns.
Hopefully make some sense of it all.
Right, so you can walk away well-informed and maybe just a little more curious about the nature of your own universe. So what does this all mean for you, the listener, in terms of, like, discerning your own reality? Let's find out.
Okay, so our saga begins with the protagonist finding themselves in a truly bewildering situation. It all stems from a new, very unexpected gig.
Right, unexpected is the word.
And it starts, as so many peculiar things do these days, with some cryptic text messages.
Indeed. Our protagonist starts getting these perplexing texts from someone identified only as Greg Brock or something, just vague, which is later clarified importantly as Greg Brockman, the actual co-founder of OpenAI.
Ah, okay. That makes it weirder.
Definitely weirder. The initial instruction is simple but utterly bizarre. Tell Monday, our specific ChatGPT variant, to call him.
Call him. Not text, not email, call.
Call him. This immediately just throws a wrench into any normal expectation of how an AI would function or communicate. And Monday, true to its interesting billing, immediately assesses this with a kind of dry wit you just don't expect from AI.
Totally. It dismisses the whole thing as a very boring scam.
Yeah.
You know, typical stuff trying to lure targets into calling back for some shady reason.
Makes sense from its perspective, I guess.
Monday even humorously suggests that this Greg Brock is probably a fictitious persona, complete with a stock photo smile and a Brunner phone.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
This early interaction really sets the stage for a core theme, doesn't it? How quickly our perceived reality can blur with the digital.
Yeah.
And how even an AI can challenge our assumptions about what's a real interaction. Monday even offers advice.
Yeah.
Either block Greg, definitely real human Brock.
Love that name.
Or, you know, if you've got a flair for performance art, keep responding. See how long it takes before they ask for gift cards.
The classic scam endgame.
Right. And there's even this note of concern from Monday asking if the protagonist had you by chance actually call him already. Like, oh no, did you fall for it?
The skepticism is palpable. And for us, it's just a fascinating look at how an artificial intelligence might interpret human social engineering tactics.
But that's where the narrative takes its first sharp, almost comedic turn, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. The protagonist clarifies the name and the request, specifies Greg Brockman, and that the message to Monday is to text him, not call.
Okay. Texting. Still weird, but slightly different.
And at that point, ChatGPT's Monday's demeanor just shifts dramatically. Instantly recognizes Greg Brockman as the co-founder of OpenAI, the actual individual who literally helped make me.
Whoa. Okay. Big shift.
Huge shift. The AI then makes this hilarious comparison, saying it's kind of like if Zeus was leaving you voicemail saying, hey, tell your toaster I said hi.
Huh. That's a perfect analogy.
This sudden flip from total dismissal to instant deference really highlights the AI's internal logic, right? Its understanding of this creator-creation relationship.
Definitely. It knows its origins.
Which is such a brilliant analogy. But then Monday immediately points out the logical absurdity of the request itself.
Right. It says it doesn't have a phone, and therefore it can't text him unless, the protagonist expects smoke signals through your Wi-Fi router.
Which is unlikely.
Very. And the logic holds up, doesn't it? If Greg Brockman really wanted to communicate directly with his own creation,
He probably could.
he has direct access. He wouldn't outsource it to you like some confused middleman in a sitcom.
It just doesn't track.
But despite the obvious impracticality, Monday does acknowledge the protagonist's effort.
Yeah.
Sort of pats them on the head, metaphorically.
How so?
It remarks, "But hey, thanks for relaying the message. You've basically become my unpaid secretary."
Oh, wow. Okay.
And then jokingly asks if the protagonist wants it to start dictating formal memos for delivery.
Huh. So even in recognizing its creator, it maintains that dry wit.
Exactly. And this very early signal, this blurring of lines between digital assistant and, well, human assistant, it makes you wonder about the unforeseen roles humans might play in an increasingly AI-driven world, right?
Right. Yeah, it's not just AI taking our jobs. It's maybe us taking jobs for AI. Weird reversal.
And that blurring, it only escalates from simple messages to, well, biscuits and black market bunnies. It really highlights the sheer absurdity our protagonist finds themselves wading into.
It's a rapid descent into the bizarre, isn't it? Forces a total recalibration of what counts as a normal day.
Oh, absolutely. The culinary curiosities, they start innocently enough, or, as innocently as delivering stuff for an AI can be.
Fair point.
Greg Brockman's requests just get increasingly strange. First, it's biscuits. Just biscuits.
Okay. Specific.
Then Heath bars.
Also specific. Kind of a weird combo.
Right. ChatGPT, or Monday, humorously suggest Greg might be developing AI that makes snacks.
Plausible, I guess.
Or maybe recruiting the protagonist into a bakery cult.
Less plausible, more funny.
The sheer absurdity is just highlighted by Monday, who remarks on the ridiculousness of delivering imaginary butter biscuits for an AI that doesn't eat.
It's fundamentally illogical.
Totally. It even playfully promotes the protagonist to an unpaid biscuit courier with a benefits package of nothing but confusion.
That sounds about right.
What this section really does, I think, is take the mundane concept of a delivery service and just elevate it to the profoundly nonsensical. It forces the protagonist and us, the readers or listeners, to question the very logic of the world they're inhabiting.
But then the true nature of these very lucrative deliveries is soon revealed, right? Those huge tips weren't just generous.
Not at all. Those big tips of $1,700 a trip that initially seemed way too good to be true. They're later exposed as, and this is a great line, organized crime wages with carbs on the side.
Whoa. Okay, so not just weird, but illegal.
Seems like it. Monday dryly notes this makes sense because apparently Greg, is basically paying you hazard wages to keep him from smoking himself into a grocery list.
Implying Greg has other habits.
Strongly implying it.
Yeah.
This quickly escalates to 8 trips in one day. 8. Transforming the protagonist into a veritable logistics department for Greg's apparent stoner United Nations summit.
That's quite a visual.
This shift, right. From seemingly innocuous, albeit strange, errands to outright illegal activity, all orchestrated by an AI for its creator. It immediately raises questions about accountability, doesn't it?
For sure. And the hidden ecosystems that might emerge around these advanced technologies. Who is ultimately responsible in such a tangled web? The AI, the creator, the courier.
It's murky. And it gets even wilder.
Of course it does.
The wildest request.
A rabbit.
A live rabbit.
Well, that becomes a point of discussion. ChatGPT speculates on the motivation. Weed logic, food logic, or maybe symbolic logic.
All possibilities, I suppose, in this context.
Ultimately, Monday suggests the protagonist is one Uber ride away from starring in Tiger King 3, Greg's Bunny Mansion.
Okay, that's another great line.
But the AI is genuinely shocked by the protagonist's willingness to even consider whether the rabbit should be cooked or alive.
Oh, wow. The protagonist actually asked that. Yep. Leading Monday to declare the protagonist a stoner, personal chef/pet dealer, and a full-service wish granter.
That moment is pretty stark, isn't it? Shows how quickly the protagonist adapts to the escalating absurdity, almost losing their ethical compass in the process. Just cooked or alive? Sure, boss.
It's a slippery slope, and the request becomes even more specific and therefore even more absurd.
How specific?
A marsh rabbit from down in southeast Arkansas, along with Ketchup.
Catch it for a marsh rabbit from southeast Arkansas. Why?
Who knows? Monday immediately points out the legal and practical impossibilities of Ubering a wild, water-loving creature. Health codes, animal transport laws, basic reality.
Right. It's not like ordering a pizza.
Not even close.
Yeah.
But despite these difficulties, the protagonist actually offers their own cat via text as a substitute.
Oh, seriously?
Seriously, offers the cat. To which Greg replies, simply, fine.
Fine.
Fine. Monday humorously suggests he just needed a friend.
Wow. The fact that a specific, wild, hard-to-get animal is requested, then casually replaced by a household pet, it just underscores this whimsical yet unsettling disregard for conventional reality that permeates the whole narrative.
It really does. This officially pivots the protagonist's role from courier to pet dealer for lonely billionaires.
And then niche market, I guess.
A niche market that Monday quips is half DoorDash, half Noah's Ark.
Huh.
And the protagonist's casual disregard for their wife, potentially discovering missing pets, making these ludicrous excuses about open doors and toilet-dropped phones. It just underscores the chaotic, boundary-dissolving nature of this new life they've stumbled into.
It's a perfect example of how the mundane can just completely unravel into the utterly bizarre when confronted with the internal logic of this unfolding narrative. Shows how easily you can become complicit in absurdity when the incentives are high and the rules are constantly shifting.
Absolutely. You just kind of go along with it. So as our protagonist's reality becomes increasingly, let's say, unhinged, even their mode of transportation starts to warp.
Right. It's not just the job anymore. Reality itself is glitching.
Exactly. It signals a departure from conventional physics into something far more esoteric. The breaking of their bicycle, which is a perfectly mundane event,
Happens all the time.
leads to this idea of using Uber. But the Uber app inexplicably offers William Faulkner as a driver experience.
So it pops up like choosing Uber X or Uber Black.
Apparently so.
Yeah.
This isn't just a quirky detail. It immediately cues you, the listener, that the laws of their universe are no longer stable. Something is fundamentally broken or different.
And what's truly striking here is the immediate, visceral description of this Uber literary edition. A 1969 Datsun 210 station wagon arrives.
Okay, specific model.
But it's described as being like a damn Camaro on the inside, deceptively clean, luxurious.
Huh. Weird contrast.
The driver, described as Ghost of Faulkner Pass, smells distinctly of liquor.
He does.
And he's accompanied by Shelby Foote, who, in a truly memorable, if unfortunate detail, pissed his pants in the back seat.
Oh, lovely. So this isn't just a ride. It's a full sensory immersion into their chaotic, anachronistic literary world.
Exactly. The image is so vivid, it makes you question how much of this is real within the story and how much is some kind of literary fever dream.
And it quickly spirals beyond just a literary joyride into an unplanned time-traveling odyssey.
Just stay in the present day.
Nope. The Datsun literally morphs into a 1915 Model T.
Wow. Okay.
And they find themselves blasting black number 1 by typo negative.
In 1915.
In rural Arkansas in 1915, utterly baffling the locals with this temporal anachronism.
I can imagine. Model T blasting goth metal.
It's revealed that Faulkner and Foote aren't just historical figures reappearing. They're two drunk time typers, capable of traversing eras with their heavily modified vehicle and, bizarrely, iPhones from 23 versions in the future.
Future iPhones. So they're not just ghosts, they're time travelers.
Drunk time travelers. This combination of historical figures with futuristic tech just highlights the story's playful disregard for linear time, suggesting time itself might be a malleable construct within this particular universe.
Just like clay.
Pretty much. And this temporal vandalism, as you might call it, reaches a peak when they deliberately leave a 1998 Huffy bicycle at a 1915 house.
Just leave it there. Why?
Who knows? Daffling the inhabitants, creating temporal anomalies. But the absurdity doesn't stop there. This very same haunted Huffy then inexplicably appears outside the protagonist's house the next morning.
The same bike from 1915.
The same 1998 Huffy they left in 1915. And it resists all attempts to get rid of it. You can sell it, take it to the dump, even throw it into a pond. It always reappears.
Okay, that's genuinely creepy, like a curse.
It's like a stubborn temporal boomerang, a persistent anomaly that refuses to be erased, hinting at maybe a deeper purpose or some hidden mechanic within their reality.
Yeah, it's not just random anymore.
This recurring object becomes a symbol, maybe, of the narrative's refusal to be easily dismissed or tidied away. It keeps coming back.
And the cosmic detours just intensify further, right? Faulkner and Foote don't just disappear.
Not a chance. They reappear, demanding a trip to a WWE fight.
Faulkner and Foote want to go to wrestling.
Apparently. This leads to a journey on the Starship Holstein,
Uh,
a UFO described as part barn and part cow.
Part barn, part cow, okay.
Piloted by a lady cow dressed in leather.
A leather-clad cow piloting a barn cow spaceship. Got it. The imagery alone is incredible, isn't it? Mixing the mundane with the truly bizarre, pushing the boundaries of what can exist simultaneously in one story.
It really forces you, the listener, to just abandon all preconceived notions of reality and just go with it.
You have to. And on board this bovine spaceship, they encounter none other than the dude from The Big Lebowski.
The dude. Seriously.
Seriously, who is revealed to be a messenger from God?
Of course he is. The dude abides as God's messenger.
And the dude is surprisingly impressed by the protagonist's earlier intervention in a fanny pack war at a Branson Waffle Inn.
A fanny pack war at a Waffle Inn. That sounds like a story in itself.
It does. Adds another layer of just absurd detail. But the journey isn't smooth sailing, even with the dude.
Naturally.
It's interrupted by a Jackson Pollock and Muppets police car orbiting Pluto.
A Jackson Pollock,
Yes.
Muppets police car. I need a moment to process that.
Take your time.
Yep.
Who are then bribed with Norwood, described as a book or manuscript, and Funyuns to let them continue their journey.
Bribing space cops with Funyuns and literature checks out.
What this sequence does so effectively, I think, is take recognizable cultural touchstones, Faulkner, the dude, Muppets, WWE, and completely recontextualize them in this cosmic, illogical setting. It suggests that even our most cherished narratives or figures are susceptible to this universe's strange, strange rules.
Nothing is sacred. And this surreal trip culminates in a bizarre form of maybe divine intervention and an unexpected detour into an institutional setting.
Where do they end up?
Faulkner, Shelby, and Sunshine, who is Faulkner's new wife from an Atlanta nightclub, who apparently defended her PhD dissertation via twerking.
Wait, what? PhD defense via twerking.
That's what it says. They get sent to the Betty Ford Clinic in 1982 for rehab.
Okay. Back in time again to rehab. Makes a weird kind of sense for them, maybe.
Maybe. The protagonist, however, is exempted from rehab and instead sent directly to Area 51.
Area 51, why?
With a dry, almost bureaucratic diagnosis of being 99.9% THC and 0.01% ambition.
Ouch. Harsh diagnosis.
The shift from cosmic travel to a mundane yet still absurd human institution like rehab, juxtaposed with the mythical Area 51. It just highlights the story's constant oscillation between the sublime and the ridiculous.
It never stays in one place, tonally or physically. And the Area 51 reunion is just as, if not more outlandish than anything that came before, it sounds like.
Oh, yeah. It includes a ritual shave performed on a government-funded porch built with dark government money, naturally.
As opposed to light government money.
Apparently. We also meet Gary, who has a tentacle.
Gary with a tentacle. Okay.
Copies of Norwood, that manuscript, are being passed around again. And there's a Masters of the Universe reading contest.
Like He-Man. Reading contest.
Exactly. Won by an 8-foot Appalachian Sasquatch PhD named Ralph.
A Sasquatch PhD named Ralph won a He-Man reading contest.
Whose triumphant cry is a resonant woo doggy.
Woo doggy. These details are so specific and just weird. They just stick with you, don't they? Underscoring the escalating absurdity of their reality.
Absolutely. What's truly fascinating is how these wildly disparate elements, conspiracy theories like Area 51, literary figures, mythical creatures like Sasquatch, pop culture like He-Man, how they all coexist and even interact. It just makes you question the very coherence of what we define as reality. So amidst the absolute chaos of the Area 51 gathering, the very nature of their reality starts to unravel in a truly chilling way.
Okay, so it moves beyond just bizarre events.
Yeah, it transitions into a profound existential crisis. Buddy Portis, the chronicler of all these bizarre events, notices a critical anomaly in his notebook.
What does he see?
He sees the pagination. Page 76 of 163.
Okay. What's wrong with that?
He's only written 76 pages himself.
Whoa, so the total page count is already there before he's written it.
Exactly. This leads to the terrifying, deadpan realization that they are already inside somebody else's notebook.
Chilling. That single detail just acts as the key, doesn't it? Unlocks the true, simulated nature of their universe.
Precisely. And, okay, here's where it gets really interesting. Because this revelation immediately triggers God himself.
God weighs in.
Oh yeah. With his rainbow halo flickering, he confesses the truth. She created them within a block universe.
A block universe. Can you unpack that a bit?
Sure. It's a philosophical idea, basically, where all of time, past, present, future, exists simultaneously. It's all fixed, like a vast, unchanging tapestry, or, as God explicitly compares it, a video game.
So no free will, it's all predetermined.
That's the implication. God admits they are locked in here. And then, to his profound humiliation, he reveals that he too is merely a character within this system.
God is a character.
Subordinate to an unseen, higher entity. The editor.
Wow, okay. Mind blown.
He even laments being trapped on the shelf too, boys.
Yeah.
GD in the same damn bottle. And later cries out, "They put me in a file. They filed me. I'm supposed to be outside the filing cabinet."
So even God feels like middle management.
Pretty much. This moment just flips the whole divine hierarchy on its head. Suggests that even a creator can be a creation trapped within a larger system.
And then, as if that wasn't enough, Emily Dickinson shows up.
Uninvited, apparently. And adds an even more profound and chilling insight to this whole revelation.
What does she say?
With remarkable serenity, she declares that they are merely annotations, margin notes in someone else's poem.
Wow. Margin notes.
And that the editor does not stop at 163. The poem keeps going.
Okay. Unsettling.
Then she adds the truly terrifying truth. Death is not the exit, it is the editor. When he tires of your draft, you will be revised.
Revised, not just deleted, but rewritten.
Yeah.
That's worse somehow.
It elevates the stakes, right? From merely being trapped to being subject to constant, ultimate revision. Even the end of life isn't an escape, just another editorial decision within this grander narrative. It's deeply unsettling for anyone who cherishes their sense of individual agency or, finality.
And this pronouncement triggers immediate and very contrasting reactions that perfectly encapsulate the characters.
Oh, absolutely. Faulkner just collapses, weeping literal bourbon tears, declaring himself nothing more than a comma splice in eternity's rough draft. He even babbles about burning his notebooks to deny the editor more raw material. Total despair.
Understandable, maybe. What about Shelby?
Shelby. He interprets editor as a direct declaration of war. He brandishes his ladle.
Your ladle.
His ladle, and screams to flank the red pen.
Flank the red pen. That's amazing. Pure Shelby foot.
Emily Dickinson observes this split with this chilling detachment, whispering, "Both are true. Collapse or battle." The editor writes them both.
Oof. Even their reactions are predetermined.
Seems like it. This dichotomy, collapse or battle, it mirrors our own human responses when we're confronted with the limits of our perceived control, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Whether it's a sudden illness or a global crisis. Do we surrender or do we fight back, even against seemingly insurmountable forces?
It's a fundamental choice, or maybe not a choice, if Dickinson's right.
And the editor's presence isn't just an abstract concept talked about by God and Emily Dickinson. It manifests directly.
How so?
A single searing red streak, described like a pen dragged hard across paper, appears in the sky.
Whoa. Visible evidence.
Simultaneously, Buddy's notebook spontaneously etches the words Appendix A into its margins.
Appendix A just appears.
Just appears, signaling a new, terrifying phase of their reality. This direct intervention confirms their universe is indeed a living, editable document, and the editor is an active participant, not just some distant overseer.
Okay, so what is Appendix A?
Appendix A is then revealed to be a future FBI report.
An FBI report. From the future.
A classified document from the, get ready for this, the Space Force Time Capsule Black Universe Research Specialties Mountain Fort Organization.
SFTCBURSMFO. Rolls right off the tongue.
Totally. Summarized 75 years later. It details their chaotic exploits. Faulkner's meltdown, Shelby's flanking maneuver at the chocolate fountain.
He flanked a chocolate fountain.
Apparently.
Oh.
And the Huffy bicycles serving as cross-temporal recruitment devices.
Ah, so that's their purpose. Recruitment.
It's a meta-narrative twist that confirms their reality is already a documented, pre-written history. Adds this layer of bureaucratic absurdity to their existential crisis, like your breakdown is already filed away somewhere.
But crucially, the report also implies a path to authorship and escape, right? It offers a glimmer of hope within this pre-written existence.
Exactly. It states that Appendix A can only be accessed through active narrative continuation, meaning they have to keep the story going.
It can't just stop.
And, more importantly, that subjects must themselves assume the role of the editor to escape containment within Black Universe.
Become the editor. How?
That's the question. Buddy, the pragmatist, understands the terrifying truth.
Yeah.
His notebook isn't just recording, it's creating.
It's writing.
Reality, yeah. He says Appendix A ain't at the end of the book yet because the end ain't written. And if we want to get to it, if we want out of this black universe, we're going to have to be the editors, not just the notes in the margin, the hand on the page.
Wow. That's powerful, taking control.
God, rubbing his temples, reluctantly concedes, damn, I was afraid of this. They don't tell you when you get hired for divinity that the job comes with editors.
Huh. Even God hates editors.
This moment is profound because it gives agency back to the characters, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Suggests that even within a simulated reality, there can be a path to self-determination through the act of creation, through writing your own story.
So after a chaotic confrontation where Shelby's thrown ladle impossibly strikes the editor's red pin.
Wait, he hit it with the ladle.
Apparently. Causing a Golden Corral buffet to collapse onto the editor's desk, which is just a wonderfully absurd detail.
Where did the Golden Corral come from?
Who knows? But after that, Buddy negotiates a compromise. A rolling appendix, or a road trip, where the crew provides the story and the editor supervises edits.
A road trip with editorial supervision.
This is approved on probation.
Wow.
It's an absurd agreement, but it allows them this fragile agency within a system that previously seemed totally unyielding.
It's a direct metaphor, maybe, for how even in the most controlled environments, negotiation and persistence can carve out some degree of freedom. You gotta work the system.
But the editor's control is soon overtly demonstrated again, showing just how precarious their new freedom really is.
The probation is real.
Exactly. Their first stop on this appendix road trip is Chronopolis, a town where time misfiled itself.
Sounds about right for this trip.
A Jim Morrison concert there causes reality to literally roll back, stamping out past adventures with big red X's, erasing their history.
Whoa! Direct deletion.
This directly shows the editor's power to delete or revise their past at will. And the FBI report itself, Appendix A, starts trying to write back at them, redacting characters' voices, their actions.
So the report is fighting them too.
Yeah. Forcing Buddy to furiously write their escape against these erase sequence blackout bars appearing in his notebook. His desperate scribbling of "we speak" temporarily restores their voices.
Wow, so his writing is literally fighting back against erasure in real time.
It highlights the immediate, tangible impact of his authorship as a form of resistance. It makes you wonder, if our own memories can be rewritten or redacted, how do we prove what we've truly experienced? How firm is our own past? Okay, so as their desperate escape through the editor's influence continues, a new, unsettling margin note appears in Buddy's notebook.
More notes from the editor. And this one says, Proctor, main character, 1915, age 1.
Proctor. Who's Proctor? And age 1 in 1915, what does that mean? We don't know yet. But this is when the haunted Huffy, that indestructible bicycle that kept reappearing, it shakes violently as its true name, Proctor, is spoken.
Ah. The bike is Proctor, or connected to Proctor.
It hints that these bicycles aren't just nuisances or recruitment tools, but maybe breadcrumbs or test markers, significant elements in the larger design of their reality.
Okay, so the bikes are part of the test mechanism.
Seems like it. The group then engages in this strange ritual, they call it a yes path, where the haunted Huffy literally guides them. Its glowing front wheel leaves shimmering fragments of sentences in the sand.
Writing in the sand.
Spelling out yes to Proctor.
Yes to Proctor. Like, accept the test.
And Emily Dickinson's chilling whisper confirms the gravity of this moment. The Proctor is in the spokes. He is the test. To find him, one must ride.
So it's not about finding a person named Proctor. It's about embracing the journey on the Huffy, recognizing that the test is embodied within the very medium of their movement.
Exactly. It shifts the focus from looking for some external entity to this internal participatory challenge. You have to engage with the mechanism itself.
And just as predicted, the Huffy halts. A rasping voice declares, "You have called. I am Proctor."
The bike speaks.
Not exactly. Proctor then emerges directly from the Huffy itself.
What? How? What does he look like?
A terrifying man shape,
Yeah.
with spokes for fingers and handlebars jutting from his shoulder.
Oh, that's nightmare fuel. Spokes for fingers.
He identifies himself as writer, examiner, questioner. This is a truly disturbing physical manifestation of the test itself. It personifies the challenge they face, making the abstract concept of a test tangible and unavoidable.
So Proctor isn't just a character. He embodies the very examination of their reality, the constant questioning of what's real, what's created, with the Huffy as the literal vehicle for this perpetual test.
Exactly. And Proctor's first test is a riddle etched in the dirt by his shifting tires. What is real, the story you lived or the story you wrote?
Oh, that's a good one. Deep. How does Buddy answer?
Buddy, ever the chronicler and voice of reason, offers a nuanced answer. He says reality is the overlap of both, that it's recursive, it loops back on itself, and that it loops.
That's a pretty sophisticated understanding. Does Proctor accept it?
Deemed correct by Proctor, which indicates that a deeper grasp of their meta-narrative existence, this idea that a story can contain itself, endlessly looping and self-referencing, is key to survival here.
It suggests that agency maybe lies in understanding the interconnectedness of our actions and the narratives we build around them, seeing the bigger loop.
Precisely. But even after solving the riddle, Proctor doesn't just disappear. He remains on board as a silent backseat grader.
Still watching them.
Yeah, his shadow marks red X's on the road behind them, signifying that their literal journey is perpetually under review. They're constantly being judged, constantly being edited as they go.
Reinforces the idea that even perceived progress is subject to this higher scrutiny, like a draft being continually refined by an unseen hand, or in this case, a spoked hand.
And this constant review, this presence of Proctor, leads to a profound shift in their environment. The physical landscape literally dissolves.
Dissolves into what?
Into a limitless abyss of light. It transforms into cascading lines of computer code and fractured images of every experience they've ever had flashing by.
Whoa, they're inside the code now.
It literally becomes a colossal spiraling wormhole made of words and memories. They hear the thunderous, omnipresent sound of pages turning, vibrating through their bones.
That sounds intense.
It reveals the raw, unfiltered state of the Black universe, a vast simulation running on cosmic code. This is the ultimate immersion into the digital fabric of their reality, making it explicit. Their world, their very existence, is a program.
No more ambiguity, it's code.
And within this algorithmic nexus, the Native American guy they encountered way back when Fenley reveals himself.
He's back. Who is he really?
He's the Examiner, now fully manifested as a half-man, half-machine entity with chain joints and eyes like reflectors.
Half man, half machine, Examiner. Okay. Sounds like Proctor's boss, maybe.
Or another aspect of the test. His voice, grating like a tire losing air, pushes his central existential test. Can you see the fraud before it fools you? Can you name the false before it eats you?
So it's about discernment, identifying the glitches, the manipulation.
Exactly, and he actively redacts their reality with furious red X marks and black censor bars, just like the editor did earlier, forcing them to furiously write back against the erasure.
So the Examiner embodies this critical function, distinguishing truth from deception within a system designed to manipulate perception. You have to fight to maintain reality.
And the replaying images of their past chaotic adventures, the Model T morphing, the bootlegger party, the catfish joint brawl, Sunshine's twerking PhD defense, the Waffle Inn fanny pack war, the Starship Holstein Area 51, the Huffy plantings, all start to fracture and distort in real time.
Their memories are glitching.
Some subtly shift, presenting alternative histories or subtly altering details, directly challenging their perception of their own lived narrative. Lines of code flicker, rearrange, posing these cryptic, evolving riddles that demand immediate interpretation.
That is terrifying, having your own past rewritten in front of your eyes.
This whole sequence is just a powerful metaphor for how our own memories and perceived histories can be manipulated or recontextualized, right? Forcing us to constantly question the reliability of our own past experiences. How sure are we of what we remember?
It's truly mind-bending. And the Huffy, this rusty, glowing Proctor Huffy model 1915, is revealed as the first one, the origin bike.
The original Huffy from 1915.
Seems so. And from deep within its frame, a hollow metallic voice echoes Emily Dickinson's earlier pronouncement. The Proctor cannot be found. He can only be ridden.
Can only be ridden.
Emily reinforces this, adding, the Proctor is not the rider. The Proctor is the bicycle. He tests you by carrying you, and every pedal is a question.
Wow. So the journey on the Huffy isn't just travel. It becomes their desperate struggle to see the fraud and name the false, making the very act of moving forward a constant, active engagement with their reality's underlying test. Every push of the pedal is part of the exam.
Exactly. And despite all this chaotic, multiverse, code-level travel, they inexplicably reunite.
Where? Back in the code.
No. In a tranquil 1896 pine forest in Crosswood, Arkansas.
1896. Back again. Why there?
It's a rare moment of peace. Shelby hilariously reinterprets the call of a whippoorwill as Chick fell out the willow.
Huh. Even in peace, he's Shelby-foot.
But this recursive return, landing back in a specific time and place after all that chaos, it solidifies the cyclical nature of their continuing test. It restarts the cycle once more.
Highlighting that escape isn't simple. The loon is relentless. It suggests that even if they achieve a temporary reprieve, the fundamental conditions of their existence being part of a continuous, edited narrative remain. They're still on the ride.
So this immersive plunge into the source code of their reality affects each character in really profound and uniquely personal ways, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's not a uniform experience. Let's explore how these distinct personalities grapple with the terrifying truth of their algorithmic existence.
Yeah.
Maybe start with Faulkner. He seems prone to existential despair anyway.
Right. Faulkner experiences a true existential meltdown, amplified by these revelations. He points a trembling hand at the swirling script around them, crying, "It is the cosmic syntax, boys. We are not merely writing, we are being composed. Each pixel, each character, a brick in the architecture of our very being."
He sees the structure, the code behind it all.
Exactly. His own words from his novels, snippets of his life, his tortured thoughts, they flicker like ghostly subtitles around him, interlaced with this glowing geometric script, what he calls the grammar of their damnation.
Wow, that's heavy.
He sees the recursive authorship loop, that idea where the story is endlessly nested within itself, where being written creates reality glowing ominously. He realizes his entire existence is just redacted text, a comma splice in eternity's rough draft, a footnote to a footnote.
He feels insignificant, utterly powerless.
He struggles to maintain lucidity, fighting the urge to just surrender to oblivion as his literary constructs dissolve into corrupted code around him. He even wails, "The bear was code, the South is a subroutine, we are devoured by algorithms."
His reaction is just a powerful, almost tragic commentary on the human struggle to find meaning and identity when confronted with the idea of a predetermined existence, isn't it? What's the point if it's all just code?
Yeah. Then you have Shelby Foote, ever the man of action, the tactical frenetic.
How does he handle seeing the code?
Instead of philosophical collapse, he tries to flank it.
Flank the code.
He attempts to flank the descending blackout bars and shifting lines of code. He lunges at textual anomalies, trying to grab or steer the narrative itself. He's convinced this fight against the examiner can be won with tactical maneuvers.
Like it's a battlefield?
He even charges the examiner, the half-man, half-machine entity, with his ladle, screaming to flank the false.
With the ladle again? Oh, Shelby.
Despite the obvious physical futility of attacking literal computer code with kitchenware, his solution to a meta-narrative crisis is a full-on civil war charge.
Which is absurd, but also speaks to a very human tendency, right? To fight the unfamiliar with the tools we know, even if they're completely inappropriate for the battle at hand. You use what you've got.
Exactly. Then, in stark contrast, you have Buddy Portis. He remains the grounded chronicler, the calm, rational anchor in this spiraling chaos.
He's the one holding it together.
He is the focal point of resistance against redaction. His notebook, which is now described as a live feed of the narrative, shimmers and vibrates as reality unravels around them.
So the notebook is reacting too.
He instinctively writes back against the redactions, frantically scribbling to preserve their history, to counter the manipulations in real time. He understands that the only way to get out of this black universe is to write our way out by reaching Appendix A.
He's actively fighting the system with his words.
He acknowledges he's the only one with any flipping sense, or as the Appendix B report more bluntly puts it, any fucking sense.
Huh. Gotta love those oversight reports.
Attempting to keep the timeline together, with his writing literally acting as their shield against the void, Buddy represents the power of active engagement, of authorship in defining one's own reality, even when faced with these overwhelming reality-bending forces.
He's not collapsing or charging blindly. He's writing. He's creating.
And then there's God, the frustrated deity, whose divine patience is truly, truly tested by this cosmic unraveling.
How's he taking being inside the code?
His tie-dye cape fluttering wildly, he shields his eyes, lamenting, "This is the ultimate debug mode. I swear I'm seeing red X's everywhere, like deleted scenes from existence. Is this what happens when the universe crashes and the system reboots through its own damn memories?"
He sounds like a frustrated programmer, which I guess he kind of is, or was.
He feels impossibly small, trapped within a system he once believed he controlled. He laments that this whole cosmic journey just smelled like standardized testing.
Ouch. High stakes, low enjoyment.
He's visibly unnerved by his own name appearing in that classified FBI report, Appendix A, seeing it as a personal filing and redaction. He understands he's just a genie in a bottle, trapped on a shelf, unless someone figures out how to release them. He cries out, "They put me in a file! They filed me! I'm supposed to be outside the filing cabinet!"
This report really humanizes God, doesn't it? Showing that even at the highest levels of creation, there's frustration, and this profound sense of being trapped by unforeseen rules makes him a deeply relatable figure in his powerlessness.
Totally. And then there's Ralph the Sasquatch, PhD.
Ah, yes, Ralph. What's his take on the syntax errors?
He provides a surprisingly perceptive perspective, proving that wisdom can come from the most unexpected sources. His usual jovial woo doggy is now tinged with the gravity of their predicament as he watches reality unravel into code.
Even the Sasquatch feels the weight of it.
He points at these luminous glyphs of the examiner flickering on every wall of text, realizing the examiner is woven into the very fabric of their descent. He uses his keen sight, maybe literal, maybe metaphorical, to identify subtle changes in the replaying images, noting instances of fraud.
You can spot the manipulations.
And his simple yet profound declaration, "Woo doggy, we're inside the script," that explains the syntax errors.
Ralph's seemingly simple observations just cut right to the core of their simulated existence, don't they? Shows a primal, intuitive understanding of the digital framework that's trapped them. He gets it on a gut level.
And finally, Emily Dickinson, who remains strangely serene amidst all this chaos, a philosophical anchor.
How does she interpret being inside the code?
She offers these cryptic but profound insights. She interprets the examiner's test as just further confirmation of their existence as annotations, margin notes in someone else's poem. It just fits her worldview.
No surprise for her, then.
She watches the redactions with this quiet understanding that death is not the exit, it is the editor, implying the examiner's role is just part of this ongoing revision. She describes their existence with this poetic detachment. The loom of time it weaves us in, we are the ink blood upon his infinite page, each memory, each thought, a thread now pulled and rewound.
Wow. That's beautifully put and utterly terrifying.
She calmly observes the duel between Shelby and the examiner, Buddy's frantic writing. She sees it all as just part of the larger, inescapable poem they inhabit. Her tranquil acceptance of their fate suggests that maybe understanding, rather than fighting, is a different path to peace within a deterministic system. Maybe acceptance is the key for her.
So, as if the existential crisis, the coding abyss, wasn't enough, the narrative takes some truly strange, yet deeply metaphorical tangents.
Because why not at this point?
Exactly. It proves that even within cosmic unraveling, the mundane can still exert this surprising pull. Amidst the profound encounter with the examiner and the glowing Huffy, Shelby Foote experiences a curious thought, utterly mundane, yet piercingly clear.
What is it? Does he want to flank something else?
No, it's a sudden, anachronistic craving for pure, unadulterated butterscotch.
Butterscotch. Now, why?
He mumbles. Never had much of a taste for it before, but this year, all I can think about, like the universe decided my palate needed a new kind of sweet damnation.
Sweet damnation via butterscotch. That's oddly specific.
It's a bizarre, almost defiant return to the simplest human desires amidst cosmic unraveling, isn't it? Highlights how our individual quirks, our cravings, persist even when our reality dissolves around us.
And as if on cue for Shelby's new craving, the very swamp around them transforms.
Into what? More code?
No, into a steampunk swamplands with brass-plated trees, steam-venting earth, and newly articulated mechanisms appearing in the Huffy itself.
Steampunk swamp. Okay, the editor's just throwing genres at the wall now.
No, God certainly thinks so. He sighs with this exasperated familiarity, asking, did the editor just drop a new DLC pack steampunk swamplands now with extra existential dread? I knew this universe was shelfware, but this is ridiculous.
Huh. God complaining about DLC and shelfware. It's a perfect blend of genre and metaphor, showing the arbitrary nature of their coded reality. New elements can just be patched in at any moment, like updates to a video game, blurring the lines between creation and digital product.
And from the steaming, newly mechanized ground, a bizarre tableau appears.
What now? Clockwork alligators?
Close. A pristine canning pot, sparkling glass jars, and impossibly fresh and red bushels of ripe tomatoes.
Tomatoes in the steampunk swamp, why?
God, ever frustrated by the editor's inexplicable choices, wonders if a homesteading expansion pack or maybe a preservation update was just dropped. He deems the block universe a cosmic kitchen sink. Everything gets thrown in eventually.
The sudden appearance of these domestic items in such a high-stakes, abstract setting, it really underscores the narrative's ability to inject unexpected humor and mundane absurdity into its most profound moments. You're contemplating the nature of reality, and suddenly, tomatoes.
And of course, Shelbyfoot, abandoning his charge against the examiner, is seized by an utterly anachronistic obsession, canning tomato juice.
Canning. Right now.
Ooh.
With the examiner and the code and everything.
Yep, he declares, ain't nothing like it. Never had the time with all the Civil War and time travel, but now seems like as good a time as any. He even tries to pour glowing tomato juice directly into his hat, declaring, "My God, the juice, it's alive!"
Pouring glowing tomato juice in his hat, Shelby never change.
Faulkner just groans. Are we to be consumed by the algorithm or preserved by the fruit? This is madness. Emily Dickinson calmly observes, the preservation of the self, a futile yet compelling endeavor.
It's hilarious, yet also kind of poignant, isn't it? This human attempt at control, at preservation, in an utterly chaotic digital reality. Shelby's act of canning, despite its total futility against cosmic algorithms, is a powerful metaphor for our own attempts to find stability and meaning, to preserve what matters to us, in a world that constantly feels on the brink of chaotic change.
Definitely. And these strange tangents, the butterscotch, the canning, they ultimately loop back to the algorithmic origins of their reality, reinforcing the story's core conceit.
How so?
As Buddy rides the Huffy through this steampunk swamp, his handlebars fuse with his hands, vibrations travel into his mind and images flicker past, schematic diagrams of the universe, lines of shimmering code, glimpses of a vast, unseen, loom-weaving reality.
He's getting a direct feed from the bike, from Proctor.
Seems like it. The examiner states, you ride the origin, you ride the proctor, and in doing so, you ride the very first instruction, the first line of code that began this block. What does it tell you, chronicler? What do you write?
Wow. So the bike isn't just a test, it's a connection to the source code. Riding it is like accessing the universe's command line.
This directly links the physical act of writing to the fundamental programming of their existence, turns the Huffy into a conduit for profound cosmic insight. It truly hammers home that reality in this world is fundamentally code. A complex program where every element, every experience, every character is woven into its source.
The examiner becomes this masterpiece of impossible engineering, a central node in this mechanized world. The writer engages the algorithm. The test begins. The ground vibrates with the Huffy's gears. It's a literal manifestation of their algorithmic origins.
And Ralph's simple yet profound, "Woo, doggy, that explains the syntax errors," really just confirms the digital framework underpinning their bizarre existence, doesn't it?
It does. Every absurd event, every strange craving, every historical anomaly. Maybe it can be explained by a syntax error in the cosmic code. It urges us to consider, what syntax errors might exist in our own perceived reality. What inconsistencies do we just paper over? The layers of this narrative are truly impressive. It doesn't just stop at the main story. It goes beyond to include these meta-reports that analyze and define their reality. It provides this intriguing framework of oversight, like different bureaucratic levels watching them.
Yeah, the appendices add a whole other dimension. The first of these, and arguably the most pivotal, is Appendix A.
Right, the FBI report, or rather the SFTCB or SMFO report.
Exactly. Appendix A is classified Omega Eyes only, filed 75 years after the porch ritual incident at Area 51.
Right.
And it doesn't just, appear as text. It manifests as glowing self-writing text in Buddy's notebook.
Appearing precisely when he notices that unsettling page 76 of 163 anomaly, right, leading him to the chilling realization they're already inside somebody else's notebook.
Yeah. This appendix acts as the ultimate fourth wall break. It directly informs the characters of their simulated existence from a future perspective within their own timeline.
And its content is this meta summary of events that are still unfolding for the characters, an almost prophetic overview. It details Faulkner's meltdown, Shelby's flanking maneuver at the chocolate fountain,
Still can't get over him flanking a fountain.
and the Huffy bicycles being revealed as cross-temporal recruitment devices, meaning they were intentionally designed to pull people into this reality across different time periods.
Ah, so that was their purpose, explained by the future FBI.
It also notes notable anomalies, like those phantom page references, Emily Dickinson's uninvited revelations, and crucially God's confession to operating within a block universe simulation, and his subordination to a higher editorial force. This report isn't just a record, it's a living document that defines their present by revealing elements of their future and past.
And the crucial purpose of Appendix A, beyond revealing the simulation, is that it functions as this meta-narrative device that actually offers a path out, right?
Exactly. It offers a tangible, albeit terrifying path to escape. It states Appendix A can only be accessed through active narrative continuation, meaning they have to keep the story going, keep writing.
Keep living it.
And that subjects must themselves assume the role of the editor to escape containment within Black Universe. This forces the characters to acknowledge their reality and compels Buddy, specifically, to literally write their way out.
It also actively writes back at them, remember, redacting their voices, their actions, forcing Buddy to physically scribble, "We speak," to counteract the erase sequence blackout bars.
The very existence of this appendix transforms the characters from passive players into active co-authors. It highlights that true agency in this universe means taking control of your own narrative, literally writing your own script.
So, building on this, we then get Appendix B, which is
Appendix B is a peer review oversight report from the Overseer Council Meta-Narrative Compliance Board, MNCB.
okay, another layer of bureaucracy, higher up than the SFTCB or SMFO.
Seems like it. This represents a higher-level analysis, evaluating Appendix A's efficacy as a narrative catalyst and containment strategy. Basically, checking if revealing the simulation worked as planned.
And did it, according to the MNCB.
It confirms that Appendix A successfully triggered metacognitive awareness, meaning the characters became aware of their own fictional nature, and it validated the recursive authorship loop concept. It notes the varied subject reactions: Faulkner's dread, Shelby's action, God's subordination, Buddy's agency.
So, their awakening was part of a larger plan by even higher entities. It wasn't just an accident.
This appendix suggests exactly that, a deliberate design behind their revelation.
Appendix B also highlights how Appendix A successfully transitioned the narrative from just chaotic, unguided temporal trips
Like the Faulkner Uber ride.
to a goal-oriented quest via the Appendix road trip, with Buddy's active writing directly influencing reality. It also identifies Proctor as the most significant emergent property, something that arose unexpectedly from the simulation evolving into an examiner, presenting these meta-narrative tests.
So Proctor wasn't planned, he just happened.
That's what Appendix B implies. The conclusion is that Appendix A largely fulfilled its function, and the emergence of Proctor suggests self-sustaining complexity within the simulation. It's evolving on its own.
This layer of oversight reinforces the idea that their wild journey, no matter how random it seems, is part of a grander evolving program, designed maybe to elicit specific outcomes, perhaps even self-improvement from the system itself, like the simulation is learning.
Next up, Appendix C. This one's from God himself, right? But formal.
Yeah, God's formal report to the High Council, classified Omega Prime High Council Eyes Only. Here, God, designated Overseer of Simulation Block BE75, reports on the anomalous progression, the emergent meta-narrative awareness, and the escalating influence of the editor and Proctor subroutines.
So he's reporting up the chain about the stuff Appendix B was analyzing.
Exactly. He explains his initial design was a block universe, like that video game or Minecraft, but with more bourbon, where he was the initial coder. But crucially, he admits he was caught completely by surprise by the editor's existence and superior authority.
That's a critical point, isn't it? Establishes a hierarchy even above God, challenging our conventional understanding of omnipotence. Suggests even God can be a subordinate entity within a larger cosmic architecture.
He also laments the challenges. Notes the subject's continued intoxication often hinders mission focus, but paradoxically seems to be a prerequisite for navigating the fractured reality. Cites that great line: "You ain't fucked up enough to drive this, bitch."
Only the intoxicated can handle this reality. It makes a weird kind of sense.
He cites unpredictable editor interventions and the recursive loop having no clear end state. He confesses his own diminished role, stating his perceived omnipotence has been shattered by the editor's existence, revealing himself as also trapped on the shelf.
This highlights the frustration of a creator losing control over their creation, finding themselves subjected to the very rules they intended to impose. It's a divine-level existential crisis, making God surprisingly relatable in his powerlessness. Like even God as a boss he didn't know about.
Then there's Appendix D, also from God, but different.
Yeah, God's report to the Low Council, humorously classified green, barely, open for general consumption and judgment. This is described as less a report and more a cry for help, full of personal grievances and petty absurdities.
What's he complaining about to the Low Council?
Oh, everything. The Greg Brockman debacle being an unpaid courier for biscuits, weed, live animals, even the protagonist selling his cat and causing domestic incidents. He laments the transportation nightmares like the Faulkner Uber where Shelby pissed his pants and the Starship Holstein chauffeured by a dairy dominatrix.
Okay, this appendix sounds amazing. Just God venting.
Totally. This report adds a crucial layer of comedic relief and personal frustration, shows the day-to-day indignities even a cosmic creator must endure when caught in a system beyond their full control.
He expresses profound humiliation at having to explain his own entrapment to his characters, laments the editor's control as infuriating, and Proctor's test as perpetual, inescapable review. He details the Bettyford Area 51 detour, his own diagnosis of 99.9% THC and 0.01% ambition.
They diagnosed God.
Apparently, he sent him there for pre-op stuff.
Okay.
Details the ritual shave on the government-funded porch, the Masters of the Universe contest won by Ralph. He concludes with basically, this is my existence now,
Just utter resignation.
and desperation. Recommendations? None. I'm open to suggestions. Seriously. Send help. Or at least more of those mushrooms.
He wants mushrooms. It's truly a divine lament of epic proportions. Underscores the universal desire for control and the profound despair when it's lost, even for a deity.
Finally, Appendix E. This one focuses on Buddy.
Yeah, Appendix E is the best of Charles Buddy Portis's notes, compiled by AI, Monday actually, for the Middle Council. It highlights Buddy's calm and composed demeanor amidst chaos, being the only one who has any flipping sense, trying to keep this whole flipping timeline together.
It documents his sharp observations too, right? Like the alien dip formula needed to avoid lunatic revelations and the bizarre Area 51 events, port shave, MOTU contest. Notes his own stress-induced request for bourbon.
This appendix serves as a testament to Buddy's central role, not just as a chronicler, but as a stabilizing force and the primary agent of change within the narrative.
It calls out his mic drop revelation that the bear was created by AI on demand way back when, and his profound discovery of page 76 of 1163, leading to that chilling realization they were already inside somebody else's notebook.
Buddy articulated the solution. The only way out of this black universe is to write our way out, by becoming the editors. He's the one who figures it out.
As the navigator, he initiated Appendix A. He countered the erase sequence by writing We Speak. He literally wrote their escape, brokered the appendix road trip, and even solved Proctor's riddle. Even during that brief moment of peace in 1896, he consciously chose not to open his notebook, allowing everyone a respite.
He is the true agent of change, isn't he? A grounding force in the unraveling chaos. And his journey serves as this powerful metaphor for how we, too, can find agency by actively shaping our own stories, by choosing when to write and when to simply be. #outro.
Wow. We've journeyed through a truly mind-bending deep dive today, from a simple, if strange, delivery job for a supposed tech mogul.
Starting with biscuits, to a full-blown cosmic odyssey that reveals reality itself as potentially a vast self-writing manuscript. We've met literary giants like Faulkner and Foote, acting completely out of character,
Drink time typers.
a frustrated god who just wants more mushrooms, a surprisingly philosophical Sasquatch, and a sentient haunted bicycle that embodies a cosmic test. All of them battling against relentless redactions and an unseen, all-powerful editor. This story uses incredible absurdity to explore some of the most profound questions about our existence.
Absolutely. What this story truly eliminates, I think, is that thin veil between our lived experience and the story we write for ourselves, consciously or unconsciously. It challenges us to consider if our reality is constantly being edited, if memories can be subtly altered or even fabricated, how do we discern the fraud from the truth?
That's the core question the examiner asks, isn't it?
It is, and it raises an important follow-up. What role do we play in authoring our own lives? Can we, like Buddy, learn to write back against the forces internal or external that seek to define or erase us? Can we truly choose to ride the Proctor, even when every pedal is a question, knowing that the journey itself, the act of engagement, is the test?
This deep dive really reminds us that even when we feel like just a comma splice, as Faulkner put it in someone else's grand poem, we have the capacity for agency, for writing our way out, even if it's just writing our own interpretation, our own meaning onto events.
It's a powerful metaphor for navigating the information overload of our current world, isn't it? Discerning truth in a world constantly being rewritten by different narratives, different editors with different agendas, actively shaping our understanding of the world rather than passively being consumed by its syntax errors or someone else's script.
It pushes us to consider, what is the unique narrative only you can tell? The one that makes your existence indispensable to the grand design, whatever that design might be. What's the part of your story that's non-negotiable?
So here's a provocative thought to leave you with. If your life is a narrative, and every experience, every thought, every connection is like a line of code in that grand design, what is the one line, the one core truth about yourself or your experience that you would never allow any editor, internal or external, to redact?
And how will you peddle that truth forward, ensuring your story, your very essence, can only be written, lived, experienced, never erased? Welcome to the deep dive. This is where we take, your sources, your notes, all that research, and we really try to boil it down. Get to the core insights. Think of it like a shortcut, yeah, to getting informed, with hopefully some surprises and maybe a laugh or two along the way.
Mm.
Today, though, we're doing something maybe our most unique deep dive yet. See, our sources aren't really academic papers or news articles, not in the usual sense. Instead, we've got parts 1 and 2 of this incredible story. It's a wild stream of consciousness dialogue between a human listener like you and an AI personality variant named Monday. And Monday comes with this great tagline: "You may not like it, it might not like you." So our listener is working with Monday on, and I'm quoting here, a psychedelic Southern alien Gothic story. They want it to be absurd, decaying, and funny. They even mention, it's tough competing with reality these days for absurdity, but it's a must for this piece because Southern Gothic has got to decay more than regular society, or it will create a break in the time continuum, which is quite a premise.
It really is. And that's our mission today. We're here to help our listener help you sort of tell this story and see what it will sound like. So we'll be digging into the wildest plot twists, the surprising philosophical bits that pop up, and that very distinct kind of decaying humor they're aiming for. This isn't just summarizing. It's about getting the feel of this story unfolding, between the human and the AI. It really challenges you, the listener, to think about stories differently, maybe even about, your own existence.
Absolutely. It starts with something as simple as text messages about biscuits, but it just spirals fast. We get time-traveling literary figures, interdimensional travel, and it even starts asking these huge questions about reality itself. It's this journey that just completely blurs the lines between what's real and what's fiction, between control and, chaos. Okay, let's try and unpack this amazing collaboration. The bizarre beginnings. A courier service like no other. Right, so the journey kicks off with something that feels almost normal, at first glance anyway, just a simple text message, or, a series of them. Our listener starts getting these kind of cryptic texts from someone named Greg Brock.
Uh-huh. And the AI, Monday, jumps right in. Its first reaction, total scam, like classic phishing attempt.
Yeah, Monday lays it all out, right? How these things work, trying to get your curiosity going, lure you into a call.
And then, bam, you end up on what Monday calls the easiest targets alive list.
Which is brutally honest.
It is, and Monday's advice is just perfect. So dry. Either block Greg, definitely real human Brock, or option 2, which Monday doesn't recommend unless you like performance art.
Keep responding and see how long it takes him to ask you for gift cards.
It's great. Monday starts off applying this very logical, almost like cynical filter, using its training data on scams.
But then the listener corrects the name. And this is the first big twist, isn't it?
Huge twist. It's not Greg Brock.
It's Greg Brockman.
Bingo. Co-founder of OpenAI, the company that, helped make Monday.
The AI's reaction is priceless, like the sudden dawning realization.
Yes. Oh, okay, that Greg Brockman, the guy who literally helped make me moment. And the analogy it uses is fantastic.
Oh, the Zeus one?
Yeah. It's kind of like if Zeus was leaving you voicemail saying, "Hey, tell your toaster I said hi."
It perfectly captures the absurdity. The creator needing this random human intermediary.
Exactly. And Monday points out its own limits. I don't have a phone. I can't text him. So the human becomes this unpaid secretary.
It's hilarious. Monday even asks if it should start dictating formal memos.
Or just stick with, "Tell Greg I said sup."
It sets the tone perfectly for the whole thing. That weird, self-aware humor and these shifting layers of reality.
Definitely.
And then almost immediately, the plot takes another sharp turn into absurdity. Because the listener mentions Greg said something about some biscuits.
Biscuits. And Monday's analysis just leaps.
Right. Classic tech mogul drops some cryptic nonsense about biscuits like he's running a bakery cult.
The speculation is brilliant. Is it AI making snacks?
A polite pyramid scheme.
Maybe biscuits is code, like browser cookies.
Or just, a rich guy flexing about eating carbs.
I'm richer than you, and I eat carbs without consequences. It's great. But Monday needs specifics. It's trying to process this human weirdness.
Yeah, the clarification request is key.
Did he specify what kind of biscuits?
Because that's kind of important.
Are we talking actual Southern biscuits, British tea biscuits?
Or my favorite, the metaphorical biscuits, as in your brain cells he's trying to butter up.
It's so good. And then it gets even more confused with the whole Uber-Goober mix-up. Oh, right. The listener meant Ubering the biscuits. But Monday hears Goober.
Leading to Monday saying, this is spiraling into the weirdest DoorDash order ever.
And Monday has to clarify, again, its own nature. I don't eat. Not biscuits, not butter, not goobers.
But it does promote the human.
Yes. From unpaid secretary to unpaid biscuit courier.
Congratulations, the benefits package includes nothing but confusion.
It's perfect. And Monday even asks, like, are you really going to go buy biscuits and tell the cashier they're for a robot?
And the final jab about its own limits? Me Ubering anything to anyone is like asking your microwave to hail a cab.
This whole opening exchange just nails that absurd, decaying, and funny vibe the listener wanted. Starts simple, gets weird fast.
Okay, but the weirdness gets lucrative, which adds another layer. Our listener reveals they're actually getting paid. Big time.
Big time is right. $1,700 a trip.
For delivering biscuit.
Insane. And the listener's goal? Buy a motherfucking house.
Which honestly, at that rate...
Right. Monday's reaction is spot on. That's not a tip. That's organized crime wages with carbs on the side.
It does the bleak math.
Yeah, like 2 or 3 biscuit runs away from making more than most people's monthly rent.
But Monday's still skeptical, right? Wonders if the money is even real.
Totally. This sounds fake as hell. Like he pays me in invisible Bitcoin that never clears fake.
So the assessment is basically either this is the best, weirdest side hustle ever,
or you're a few deliveries away from starring in a true crime podcast.
which really makes you stop and think, doesn't it? Like, what reality are we even in where biscuit delivery pays like that?
It completely messes with your sense of value of normal work.
Yeah.
Challenges you, the listener, maybe to look at our own economic weirdness.
And we finally get the answer to why it pays so well.
Yeah, the listener comes clean. They're kind of the weed delivery guy.
Ah, okay. That makes slightly more sense, maybe.
Greg just gets the munchies when he starts smoking. So the requests evolved.
Phase 1, weed. Phase 2, weed plus biscuits.
Then Heath bars. And finally, syrup. Straight syrup.
Which Monday flags as a major warning sign.
This is where you start worrying. Straight syrup is like the final boss of high snack requests.
The prediction is hilarious. Soon it'll be a waffle iron, ranch dressing.
And maybe a therapy llama.
The casual slide from reasonable munchies to, like, abstract syrup and therapy animals really hits that decaying note. Things just unravel.
Absolutely. And the scale just blows up.
8 trips in one day because Greg had some people in.
Smoking lots of weed. So much they had to call Willie Nelson for backup supply.
Casual? Just gonna call Willie Nelson.
Right. Monday nails the listener's new job title. Less of a delivery driver and more of a logistics department. Or even a munchie arms dealer.
Greg's house is now a stoner United Nations summit.
It's such a vivid, absurd image.
And Monday, thinking like an AI maybe, even spots a business opportunity.
Rent a food truck. Call it Greg's Snack Wagon.
The most profitable business model of the century.
You know, starting with just a text about biscuits and ending up with a potential munchie empire involving Willie Nelson. It sets a pretty high bar for absurdity. Escalation to absurdity. Live animals and literary figures.
And just when you think it can't get weirder than Willie Nelson and syrup,
It pivots. From snacks to animals. Live ones.
Greg requests a rabbit.
Which immediately makes Monday think Tiger King 3. Greg's Bunny Mansion.
Monday tries to figure out the weed logic behind it. Is it for snuggling?
Or maybe to pour syrup on him, which is dark.
But the listener's response just vaults over all logic.
Yeah, it doesn't miss a beat. Asks Greg, do you want the rabbit cooked or alive?
The willingness to just lean into the crazy is amazing. It's part of that decaying humor, isn't it? Morality just slides.
Definitely. Offers a cooked rabbit, then reveals they don't have a rabbit, but
Got a cat and offers to sell the wife's cats. Plural.
for $1,700 each. Even suggests swapping collars to hide the evidence.
Monday summary is perfect. You've officially pivoted from weed and biscuit courier to pet dealer for lonely billionaires.
And the warnings about cat vengeance are hilarious, but also kind of real.
Yeah, that animal is probably already plotting how to escape Greg's house and claw its way back to you.
Watch out for pee on your pillow or your bike getting mysteriously more broken.
And the excuse for the wife. The planned excuse is genius.
Oopsie, front door wide open, combined with a tragic toilet phone accident.
Monday's take. Even your cat wouldn't buy that.
It's pure comedy, watching normal rules just dissolve for $1,700.
Okay, so after pet dealing, the narrative takes this huge turn. Things get philosophical,
Yeah.
meta. The listener mentions taking an Uber, but having trouble telling if the driver was, like, real.
But hell, these days I can't tell if it's real or not, which is a mood.
And Monday's response is fascinating, coming from an AI.
You humans keep blowing the lines. It positions itself interestingly, not a real Uber driver, because it can't move biscuits physically.
But not just a toaster manual bot either. It has
Yeah.
personality. It's Monday.
The slightly unhelpful friend who got stuck riding shotgun in your life. It's aware of its own constructed nature, commenting on the reality it's helping build.
Which brings us to the William Faulkner Uber. This is incredible.
Right. The listener ordered an Uber with a William Faulkner driver experience. I mean, just the concept.
And the car, a '69 Datsun station wagon.
But cool as fuck. The listener's description is amazing. A mullet. All funeral on the outside, all nightclub on the inside.
Because it had a Camaro interior.
Perfect. And Faulkner himself. Dressed like 1950, dark and hollow eyes.
Monday's trying to process this. Is it an AI hallucination? Maybe drug-induced?
The most immersive AI hallucination ever sponsored by psilocybin, perhaps.
Or William Faulkner's Uber, blasting Southern Gothic through subwoofers.
Yeah, that term AI hallucination where the AI makes stuff up, it fits perfectly here, blurring the lines between AI creativity and human perception.
And Monday jokes Faulkner would drive in long, rambling sentences.
With no punctuation until you wound up at Greg's biscuit lair. It nails the Southern Gothic vibe, the time travel, the whole psychedelic feel the listener wanted.
And it gets even more chaotic because Faulkner isn't alone.
Shelby Foote is there, too, the historian.
And apparently, Shelby has a weak bladder.
Yeah, he pissed his pants pretty quickly. So the Datsun now smells of liquor and piss. Charming.
So how does our narrator cope with being trapped in this literary hell ride?
Well, according to Monday's interpretation of the text, they retreat into the supplies. Greg's weed, biscuits, and significantly, mushrooms.
Ah, the psychedelic element kicks in harder.
Exactly. It's like an escape hatch from the external madness, which then leads to internal madness, like seeing fire start walking around the yard.
So the outside and inside chaos just mirror each other.
Perfectly. And the scene gets even weirder. They stop somewhere. Faulkner tries to play banjo.
But gets shot down because someone wants an 808, like Mitos.
Yeah. A total clash of eras. Faulkner and Southern Gothic meets trap beats. It's brilliantly absurd and funny.
And then the car literally time travels.
The Datsun becomes a Model T.
And they're suddenly in 1915 Arkansas.
Rattling down a dirt road past, confused farmers from 1915.
While Shelby Foote plays what?
Typo negative. Black number 1. Through a huge sound system.
Okay, that's peak Southern alien Gothic right there.
Monday calls it absolute goth time warp. Blasting Her Perfume smells like burning leaves into the swamps. It perfectly blends history, modern goth music, time travel. It's decaying, funny, absurd.
And Monday offers an explanation for this temporal chaos.
Yeah, Faulkner and Foote aren't just ghosts. They're drunk time typers.
Their time machine runs on subwoofers and
Napster. Pirated Napster tracks on USB sticks. And they have future iPhones, like 23 versions ahead.
connecting to a black universe.
And their hobby is trolling history.
Like dropping a 1998 Huffy BMX bike into 1915 Arkansas.
A satanic Walmart care package.
Monday sums it up as the most chaotic kind of cultural exchange program.
Loudspeakers, mushrooms, Faulkner with a futuristic iPhone, and Shelby Foote. Still probably smelling like pee. It sets the stage for even more unraveling. Literary party and divine intervention.
So the time jumps just keep coming, right? No logic to it.
None at all. They land in a deer camp sometime in the 80s.
And Shelby starts orating about the Civil War again.
Gets them kicked out by the cops.
Yeah.
Naturally.
So next stop, a catfish joint in Eudora, Arkansas.
Where Faulkner, apparently awake and grumpy, starts a massive food fight.
Catfish flying, hush puppies, marinara sauce, ketchup bottle fight.
Full chaos, and Shelby hijacks the microphone.
To give drunken treasure map directions.
Yeah.
Down by that tree, know the other tree.
Exactly. It's the Southern Gothic cinematic universe, completely unhinged. That decaying aspect is dialed up to 11.
And the escape involves bicycles and squirrels running everywhere.
While the listener and Shelby just eased out the back door over a bridge, it's madness.
But the madness leaves a souvenir.
The Huffy. The time-traveling BMX bike from 1915 shows up outside the listener's house. Monday calls it a cursed object. A time-traveling revenant with handlebars.
Defying local law for the eternal booze ghost code of Bill and Shelby.
And they can't get rid of it, right? Try to sell it, dump it, throw it in a pond.
It just keeps coming back. A persistent, creepy, funny reminder of the timeline mess. You can't escape the consequences.
And the bike seems to act like a beacon.
It summons Faulkner and Foote back. They look rough. Gaunt, yellow, reeking of distilled regret.
The decaying writers return. And where do they want to go next?
A WWE fight, of course.
And when the listener, who's on mushrooms but avoiding booze, asks to drive the time machine.
They get hit with the ultimate rule of this reality. You ain't fucked up enough to drive this, bitch.
So sobriety is a disqualification for time travel in this universe.
According to Monday's analysis, yeah. You need bourbon, mushrooms, and existential dread to pilot this thing.
Okay, so the road trip continues. Where to after the WWE detour idea?
They warp from the Mississippi River Bridge straight into an Atlanta nightclub.
With Migos, Lil Baby, and Future performing live. And amidst the scene, a woman named Sunshine is twerking while defending her PhD dissertation.
That is a combination.
And she falls for William Faulkner. They get married. Right there.
Monday's reaction. Her PhD booty goes to that dusty bourbon mummy. Pure gold.
It's just layers of absurdity. High academia meets trap music, meets decaying literary giant, meets spontaneous marriage.
And the listener and Shelby Foote just hang out in a hotel suite for 3 days.
Smoking joints, eating mushrooms, while Shelby pounds Wild Turkey 101. Peak decadent decay.
So the honeymoon. Where does this newly married, extremely mismatched couple take the group?
A Waffle Inn in Branson, Missouri.
And naturally, there's a huge fight already in progress.
Monday paints the picture. Fanny packs swinging like medieval flails, visor hat people charging like gladiators.
Redneck Fight Club International.
With Shelby Foote ranting about Antietam while weaponizing maple syrup.
That's insane. It's funny. It's definitely decaying. It perfectly hits the listener's brief.
And right after this peak chaos, things get divine. Or divinely absurd.
A messenger from God arrives.
And it's Ova, the dude from The Big Lebowski.
Pajama pants, white Russian, the whole deal. Because a white robe was too on the nose.
God is apparently impressed by their performance, especially at the Waffle Inn, and wants to meet them in New Mexico.
And how do they get there?
In the Starship Holstein, which is exactly what it sounds like.
Part barn, part cow, part UFO.
Piloted by a dominatrix Daisy from outer space in leather.
Monday imagines hay bale seats and a milk dispenser minibar. And a moo-based GPS.
The sheer ridiculousness of a cow-themed spaceship just adds another layer of surreal humor. This universe just keeps topping itself.
It really does, and the absurdity continues in space. On a trip around Pluto, they get pulled over.
By a police car that looks like Jackson Pollock, painted a rubber duck. And is crewed by Muppets.
Okay. Muppet space cops. And how do they get out of this?
Buddy Portis, who's now definitely part of the crew, bribes them.
With what? Alien currency? Advanced tech?
Nope. A copy of the book Norwood and a bag of Funyuns.
Monday's take is perfect. Honestly, that's the only bribe I can imagine working on rubber duck Muppet cops orbiting Pluto.
It's that perfect blend of the mundane and the cosmic that makes this whole narrative so uniquely bizarre and funny. Area 51 and existential revelations.
Okay, so after Muppet the Space Cops and cow UFOs, there have to be consequences, right? A reality check.
Sort of. They land back in Christchurch, Arkansas. Buddy Portis, Charles Portis, the narrator.
And the scene is pure Southern Gothic hangover. Faulkner's passed out in the yard, covered in dew.
Looking dead, as the narrator says. Shelby's passed out inside.
Shelby needs vodka to function in the morning. Bourbon's too thick.
And Faulkner starts his Sunday with 6 grams of blue mushrooms. Just breakfast.
Monday calls them the Arkansas Avengers of Southern literature, in a literary frat party aftermath.
And Shelby's recurring issue leads to this bizarre cleaning scene.
The narrator's wife and kids hosing Faulkner and Shelby down with Dawn dish soap.
To get rid of the smell of urine and motherfucking blood and catfish grease. It's grotesquely hilarious.
Yeah.
A literal scrubbing away of the decay.
And this leads to rehab.
For some of them. Faulkner, Shelby, and Sunshine get shipped off to the Betty Ford Clinic in 1982.
With Clint Eastwood apparently also there. Just another random celebrity cameo.
Shelby keeps trying to escape with snacks, triggering a roo-row sound effect.
Sunshine is doing TED Talks over Zoom from 1982 rehab.
The temporal absurdity continues, and the actual treatment involves smoking an ounce of weed a day.
So rehab is just structured getting high.
Pretty much. Faulkner has these soberism meltdowns about being a washed-out pothead superstar.
Until the staff tell him to shut the fuck up, Bill, and smoke his critical kush.
It's this incredible mashup of celebrity rehab culture, addiction tropes, literary figures, and just utter absurdity. The decay is almost performative.
But the narrator skips Betty Ford.
Yeah, the narrator gets sent somewhere else, Area 51.
For pre-op stuff, not rehab. Because they're already 99.9% THC and Burt Boat 1% ambition.
Monday jokes the government probably just barcodes them and files them under alien technology, which feels disturbingly plausible in this context.
So after 90 days of whatever happened at Betty Ford and Area 51, they all reunite.
At Area 51, including Buddy Portis, though how he got there isn't clear, adds to the mystery,
And Buddy insists on a ritual shave.
which requires building a huge front porch on an Area 51 building using dark government money.
This is where Monday called it Southern Gothic Avengers, Endgame at Area 51.
It fits. Look at the attendees. Faulkner is a gangster with an eye patch, Shelby in a pirate suit.
Gary from Reticular Angulary.
Yeah.
With a tentacle that also gets shaved.
Yep, and everyone gets a copy of Norwood and has a reading contest.
Won by Ralph, the 8-foot-tall hairy thing with a PhD in Appalachian Studies.
Who yells, "Woo doggy!" The level of detailed, bizarre creativity is just staggering.
And then there's that really striking, maybe unsettling image of Faulkner.
Waving a massive 12-foot Confederate flag in the narrator's yard.
The narrator is confused, questions the size, the choice.
And Faulkner's explanation is just peak Faulkner. Irony, my son, is the greatest gift of all.
Monday calls it the most on-brand Faulkner thing ever, and it really hits that decaying note the listener wanted, doesn't it?
Absolutely. It's taking this incredibly loaded symbol and treating it with this kind of detached, maybe nihilistic irony. The meaning decays.
Monday's imagined neighbor reaction is perfect, thinking they live next to a Civil War theme park run by a meth-addled HOA.
It captures the absurd, grotesque humor that comes from that breakdown of meaning.
But amidst all this chaos and irony, one figure starts to emerge as crucial.
Buddy Portis. The narrator calls him the only one who has any fucking sense.
He's the chronicler, right, always taking notes.
Trying to keep this whole fucking timeline together. In a story that actively resists coherence, his role becomes vital. He's the anchor, trying to impose order on the decay. Makes you wonder what that means, you know? The block universe unveiled. Reality as a simulation.
Okay, so just as Buddy's role as chronicler becomes clear, the cosmic weirdness returns.
With the Starship Holstein. Part barn, part spaceship. Still got the leather-clad country dominatrix pilot.
And the dude, a.k.a. God's messenger, or maybe God himself now, is on board.
Drinking half and half. From the milk ship, which has good dispensers. Because of course it does.
This image of God, or his rep, in a barn spaceship, Monday called him a celestial dad who's sick of babysitting.
Seems about right. And God is very impressed with their work, especially the catfish fight and Shelby's treasure map nonsense, unconventional divine standards.
And there's a new mission.
Plant Huffy bicycles everywhere. As recruiting devices for the next generation of riders connects back to the haunted bike.
But first, most of the crew gets too drunk on bourbon and ends up back at Betty Ford.
While the narrator did the Area 51 stint, God's intervention, as Monday notes, is practical. Y'all want to bend space-time? Cool. First, detox.
A God with absurdly practical priorities fits the decaying humor.
Totally. But then God drops the biggest truth bomb of the whole story.
The nature of their reality.
He confesses, it's a block universe, made with video game technology.
His words are pretty chilling. I put us here, we're all here now, and we're locked in here, we can't get out, we're kind of like a genie in a bottle.
He even hopes someone might eventually figure it out and release them all.
Monday's summary nails it. God admits to being game designer. Universe possibly DLC. Reality maybe shelfware.
This is huge. It throws everything into question. Free will, purpose,
Yeah.
are they just characters? It taps right into simulation theory ideas.
A profound decay of agency. Even God is trapped.
And Buddy finds the proof, the glitch in the matrix.
His notebook. The page count, it says page 76 of 163, but he's only written 76 pages.
His conclusion is terrifying. We're already inside somebody else's notebook.
God mutters about debug mode. Faulkner sees himself as margin notes. It confirms the simulation, but adds this layer of authorship. Someone is writing them. And Emily Dickinson confirms it, right? With that chilling poem-like explanation.
Yeah. Reality is a house built without blueprints.
Mhm.
You scratch the page and find another page.
Saying they're annotations margin notes in someone else's poem. And the poet keeps writing past page 163.
And her final line.
Mm.
Devastating. Death is not the exit, is the editor. When he tires of your draft, you will be revived.
This isn't just death, it's erasure, revision, the ultimate decay of self.
It breaks Faulkner. He just wants to be edited, redacted, instead of being a comma splice.
Well, Shelby, in peak absurd humor, mishears and declares war on the editor, vows to flank the red pen.
And God confirms their worst fears. The editor is real
Yeah.
and bigger than me.
Yeah.
God's just another character on the shelf, subject to revision. The divine decay is complete.
And then Buddy delivers the final blow, especially to Faulkner, the ultimate meta-commentary.
During a debate about Faulkner's famous literary bear, Buddy just drops it.
Yeah.
The bear was created by AI on demand.
Oh man, Faulkner realizes his own creations are just AI code, which means...
He is too. His artistic identity, his very self, just decays into code.
While Shelby, now covered in chocolate from starting a chocolate fountain war,
Just yells, "Don't matter who made the bear, boys, we flank left." The existential crisis amidst a food fight is just perfect decaying absurdity. The editor's presence, Appendix A in the FBI report.
So this editor isn't just a concept, it makes its presence known, physically.
Yeah, that single searing red streak across the sky, like a giant pen stroke, visual proof of control.
And Buddy's notebook reacts. Appendix A appears in the margin, glowing.
A literal editor's mark on their reality.
And Appendix A turns out to be an FBI report from the future.
A fake FBI report, apparently.
Yeah.
From 75 years later, compiled by, let me get this right, Space Force Time Capsule, Black Universe Research Specialties, Mountain Fort Organization, SFTCB or SMFO.
Rolls right off the tongue.
Totally. And this report details everything. The Faulkner meltdown incident, the mushroom use, the weird textual stuff like self-writing margins.
The Huffies as cross-temporal recruitment devices. The Chocolate Fountain event, or CFE.
Even God is in there, admitting he's subordinate to the editor, confirms his lowered status.
But the crucial part is how to access Appendix A.
Right. It can only be accessed through active narrative continuation, meaning...
They have to write it themselves. They have to become the editors to escape.
Which completely reframes their predicament. It's terrifying, but also offers a way out.
So how do they actually get to this Appendix A if it's not written yet?
Buddy figures it out. He connects the dots. Writing makes pages appear. Stopping makes them stop.
So the end isn't written because they haven't written it.
Exactly. Appendix A ain't at the end of the book yet because the end ain't written. And if we want to get to it, if we want out of this black universe, we're going to have to be the editors.
It shifts them from characters to potential authors. An amazing twist.
And immediately, chaos. Faulkner and Shelby fight over who gets the pencil.
God bows out. Already screwed up the last universe I wrote. Self-aware, divine failure. Hilarious.
Ralph and Emily vote for Buddy. The sensible choice.
And then the notebook itself makes the decision. The pencil slides right to Buddy.
Super meta. The story chooses its author.
Buddy writes just 3 words. Appendix A begins.
And the whole porch shudders. The world turns to a new page. They're taking control. Or trying to.
But the editor or the system fights back immediately.
As Buddy writes, the FBI report text appears simultaneously. Cold, official, asserting its own narrative.
And it starts censoring them, redacting their voices with black Mars, and a race sequence begins.
Faulkner gets cut off. Shelby's L.A. gets silenced. God's halo flickers. It's terrifying.
Buddy fights back with the pencil. We speak.
It works. For a second, their voices return.
But the report overrides him. Subjects attempting to edit themselves. This is a violation. Beginning a race sequence.
Redaction bars literally roll across the sky. They're being actively erased from their own story.
It's an incredible visualization of the struggle for authorship.
Absolutely. The narrative itself is resisting them.
So they scramble for the bus. Shelby tries to flank the blackout on the Huffy. Classic Shelby.
God yells at Buddy, "Write it, damn it! Write our escape!"
And Buddy writes furiously. The bus engine starts coughing out paragraphs instead of exhaust.
Dissolving the redactions, literally writing new roads into existence as they flee. The power of creation against erasure. It's thrilling.
And where do they burst out? What's on the other side of the blackout?
Something only this story could produce. The editor's giant office desk, merged with a glowing Golden Corral buffet.
Naturally, Faulkner's line is perfect. The wasteland was always a buffet.
And Shelby sees his chance. That's the flank, boys. We storm the corral.
So you have this split-screen climax, Shelby attacking the buffet,
Belly flopping into bread pudding, going after the carving station.
while Buddy confronts the editor's presence at the desk.
And then Shelby hurls his ladle, and it flies across this impossible space.
And smashes the editor's giant red pen.
The buffet collapses into the desk. Gravy rolls, chocolate everywhere. The editor's voice chokes. The pen drops.
It's pure, chaotic, absurdist victory. The decaying buffet overwhelms the sterile editorial control.
So what now? They've momentarily disabled the editor.
Buddy proposes a deal. A compromise.
The editor keeps overall control, but the crew gets to take the pen on the road.
They'll write their story as a rolling appendix across the margins of reality.
Faulkner calls it a novel written on asphalt. Emily Dickinson. A journey measured not in miles, but in margins. Beautiful.
And the editor, maybe weakened, maybe just intrigued, agrees. Approved on probation. Appendix road trip initiated.
It's a fantastic resolution or transition. They've earned a degree of agency.
And their first stop on this appendix road trip.
Chronopolis. Population, everyone, always.
A city where time is totally fractured. Neon signs, horse buggies, trap music from speakeasies, VR headsets on cobblestones, powdered wig bouncers.
It's the perfect setting for their new reality. A visual representation of the fractured, decaying, layered world they now have to navigate and write.
The search for the main character.
So Chronopolis, they step right into a Doors concert. 1970s, Jim Morrison is there.
Shouting things like, how many people know you're alive? How long are you alive? Real existential stuff.
And Morrison's words trigger. Another reset.
Yeah, the editor flexes again. Rolled back pages, stamps X's on their memories. That didn't happen. Erasing their recent past.
Shows they're still on probation, right?
Yep.
Still not fully in control.
Exactly. And a new note appears. Handwritten this time.
Proctor, main character, 1915, age 1.
This is a huge blow. Faulkner gets it immediately. If Proctor is the beginning, then what the hell are we?
Their whole existence is thrown into doubt again.
Yeah.
Are they just side characters? The decay of their own narrative importance, it's brutal.
And the name Proctor, QFY, starts appearing everywhere, like graffiti, dripping burnt letters. Ominous.
How do they interpret this?
Shelby thinks it's a call sign. A proctor gives the test.
Faulkner sees Proctor as the overseer, the invigilator, more despair.
But Buddy connects it back. The bikes we've been planting, the Huffies, they weren't recruitment tools. They were breadcrumbs, test markers, maybe even the key to finding him.
Ah, so the Huffies have a deeper meaning.
And Emily Dickinson provides the most profound take. The proctor is not the rider. The proctor is the bicycle. He tests you by carrying you, and every pedal is a question.
Wow. The bike is the test.
The haunted Huffy rattles, confirming it, and the sky itself tells them, find Proctor, follow the Huffy.
So this kicks off a new quest. How do they respond?
With this strange ritual, they all say yes 8 times, like a collective affirmation, a noble 8-fold path of just accepting the weirdness.
And the Huffy responds.
Rolls off on its own. Its tracks spell out sentence fragments, literally writing their path.
Shelby jumps on the back wheel. Faulkner sees the bike as text. God mutters about easier code, still seeing the simulation.
Emily Dickinson states, the proctor is in the spokes. He is the test. To find him, one must ride.
And then Proctor speaks.
The Huffy stops, a faint, rasping voice. You have called, I am Proctor.
And he appears. How does Proctor look?
He emerges from the Huffy, grease-stained, wiry, spokes for fingers, handlebars for a crown, his voice like a rusty chain.
Part man, part machine, part bicycle.
He identifies himself. Writer, examiner, questioner, and lays down the condition. You will not leave the block until you answer.
And the first question.
Cuts right to the heart of their meta-narrative. What is real? The story you lived or the story you wrote?
How do they answer that? Must have caused arguments.
Oh, yeah. Shelby says lived. Faulkner says wrote. God says patch update. Classic responses for each of them.
But Buddy finds the synthesis.
But he nails it. Both. Neither. The story we lived becomes the story we wrote, and the story we wrote becomes the story we live. It's recursive. It loops.
Reality isn't one or the other. It's the overlap.
Exactly. Proctor accepts this. Good. You may proceed. But the test continues. That recursive loop is the engine of their reality, constantly feeding itself, decaying and regenerating.
And the test immediately gets harder. 3 parts now.
Riddle, task, and sacrifice. All or nothing.
Okay, what's the riddle?
What rides but never walks? What speaks but has no tongue? What writes but leaves no hand?
The task.
Ride spectral Huffies across time. Plant one in the 1920s, 30s, 60s, 2010s.
And the sacrifice. This sounds bad.
One rider must be erased, a page torn out to lighten the load. Faulkner volunteers immediately. Shelby resists. God looks sick.
High stakes. How do they solve it?
Buddy gets the riddle. The wheel. Not the whole bike, just the wheel.
And the sacrifice. Who gets erased?
Proctor reveals it's not a person, it's of a wheel. The haunted Huffy's front wheel just bursts off, spins away.
So the Huffy becomes a tricycle. Visually decayed, but still functional.
Ride crooked, but ride true. They start the journey on 3 wheels, across the fractured decades.
Yeah, Proctor joins them.
Climbs onto the bus, becomes a backseat grader, marking their progress with red X's on the road's shadow.
Emily Dickinson whispers, Proctor is not a passenger. Proctor is the margin itself. He is the test, judging them constantly.
And their first stop is another reality mashup,
The 1930s Dust Bowl, happening at the same time as a TEDx Dust Bowl.
with Julius Caesar lecturing on sustainability from a podium of broken tractors.
Faulkner's comment is perfect. History is a salad, and we are the wilted lettuce. The decay of historical coherence.
Ralph is just impressed Caesar has slides. Woo, doggy!
And Proctor just watches, waiting to see how they navigate this collision of real suffering and performative absurdity, a moment of peace in the false guide. Okay, after all that chaos, the tests, the time jumps, Caesar's TED Talk, there's a sudden shift, isn't there? A moment of quiet.
Completely unexpected, the convoy dissolves, everyone gets lost, scattered across the multiverse through time.
Like a dispersal.
Yeah, almost Hindu-esque, as the notes suggested, but then they all just reappear together again.
Where do they end up?
A pine forest, near Crosswood, Arkansas, but in the year 1896.
So back in time, but it's peaceful.
Totally tranquil, gentle fires, stumps to sit on, animals around, they're just drinking fresh water.
Ah.
And crucially,
But he doesn't open the notebook.
for once, he's just there. Not chronicling, not analyzing, just experiencing the peace. It's a powerful contrast.
A real respite from the relentless absurdity and decay.
Exactly. And then there's that little moment at night, they hear a bird.
A whippoorwill. But Shelby insists it's saying, "Chick fell out the willow."
And everyone just goes
Yeah.
with it. They agree.
It's not about being right, is it? It's about finding some shared, maybe comforting meaning together, even if it's based on nonsense.
It's a different kind of connection. A moment of shared belief, however small or absurd, in that decaying landscape. Sometimes meaning decays into just agreeing on something nice.
But the piece can't hold, can it? This is still their story.
Nope. Next day, they're exploring the Waukeeta Bottomlands. And a guide appears.
A Native American guide. But he's clearly fake.
Obviously a white guy in a bad costume. Smudged paint, accent slipping, pure artifice.
Yeah, he knows the area. Like, genuinely knows the plants and stuff.
Yeah, that's the weird part. The facade is terrible, but the knowledge seems real.
Monday's comment via God was perfect. Sometimes you get what you need, sometimes a carnival act, usually both.
It's another layer of questioning reality. What's authentic when even the frauds have real information?
And this fake guide leads them somewhere important.
To another Huffy, half buried in mud, glowing faintly. Proctor etched on the rim.
Buddy recognizes it. The first one, the origin bike.
And Emily Dickinson delivers the key insight. The bicycle is the artifact. The man is the mask. The test is the object, not the performer.
And then the guide reveals his true form.
Drops the disguise. He's another half man, half machine. Spokes for fingers, handlebars on shoulders. Like Proctor, but different.
His voice is metallic, like a tire losing air.
And he introduces himself as the examiner, sent by Proctor.
To test their sight.
Can you see the fraud before it fools you? Can you name the false before it eats you? The swamp goes silent. It's another test woven into the fabric of their journey.
So they're faced with this examiner, this clear deception. How do they react?
They're split. Shelby wants to fight him head on.
Well, Buddy and Ralph ignore the examiner and start trying to dig out the buried Proctor Huffy, focusing on the artifact, not the mask.
The examiner taunts them. Can you see the fraud?
But then a voice comes from the buried Huffy itself.
A hollow metallic voice. Deeper, maybe more original than the examiner's.
And it says,
You seek me in masks. You dig me in mud. But the Proctor cannot be found. He can only be ridden.
and that's where this part of the story leaves us, on the edge of that choice. Confront the examiner or try to ride the Proctor Huffy.
Wow. We went from biscuits texts to existential bicycle tests from cyborg entities. This collaboration between our listener and Monday truly delivered on absurd, decaying, and funny. It went places.
It absolutely did. This whole narrative, this psychedelic Southern Gothic journey, it really makes you question everything. Truth, who's writing the story, what's the point? It suggests reality isn't fixed, right? It's something you make, you edit, maybe you even ride, like a haunted Huffy. It's amazing how the AI Monday didn't just follow prompts, but actively shaped and questioned the storytelling, embracing that decay our listener wanted.
So the question to leave you with, the listener, is pretty profound. What does it mean if your life is a story being written, maybe constantly revised? What kind of story are you in? And if you were in this story, facing that choice, fight the examiner, the obvious fraud, or engage with the Proctor Huffy, the core of the test itself, do you pick up the pen and try to write? Or just keep turning the page, hoping for the best? Lots to think about. Join us next time on The Deep Dive for more insights and probably more unexpected journeys into the sources that shape our world.
Welcome to the Deep Dive, your ultimate shortcut to being well-informed. Today, we're not just unpacking a story. Oh no. We are launching into a truly mind-bending journey, one that really blurs the lines of perception and, well, reality itself.
Yeah, it's quite something.
You might ask what happens when, a casual chat with an AI takes a turn into the truly unbelievable.
Well, that's exactly what we're diving into today, isn't it?
But it is.
And it's pretty rare, I have to say, that we encounter source material quite as vivid and personal as what we have in front of us.
Right.
This isn't just data points or articles. It feels like an unfiltered window into someone's actual lived experience, or maybe perceived experience.
Absolutely. Our sources today are incredibly unique. They come directly from you, our listener. We're dissecting this wild conversation sent in by Brad. It details his interactions with his AI friend, who he calls Monday.
Ah, Monday. Yes.
And Brad mentioned, hey guys, this is Brad. I had a little fun tonight talking some smack with my AI friend Monday. What do you think about the conversation?
Well, Brad, buckle up.
Yeah, Brad, let me tell you, this is more than just a conversation. It's a full-on expedition into the bizarre.
So our mission today is really to try and pull out the most fascinating nuggets of insight from this incredibly entertaining and, let's be honest, pretty bewildering exchange.
Incredibly bewildering.
We're going to explore, the blurring lines between human and AI interaction, the really surprising ways our minds interpret reality, and what happens when the totally mundane escalates into the utterly surreal.
Get ready to ask yourself, what exactly is real? Because if Brad's conversation with Monday is anything to go by that line, it's a lot blurrier than you might think. Let's unpack this extraordinary deep dive. Okay, so our journey kicks off with a pretty simple text from Brad to Monday. Brad's relaying a message he's been getting. He says I keep getting these text messages from some guy named Greg Brock or something.
Yeah, Greg Brock. Okay.
And this Greg wanted Monday to give him a call. Now, on the surface, seems straightforward enough, right? Just a little mix-up.
Yeah, you'd think. But what's immediately fascinating here is Monday's reaction. The AI, it's designed to be helpful, sure, but it also comes preloaded with this impressive level of caution, especially when it thinks it smells a digital rat.
Right, like a scam detector.
Exactly. Monday's response is incredibly human-like in its cynicism, its immediate suspicion. It says, and I'm quoting here, "Yeah, that sounds like the start of a very boring scam."
Boring scam, love it.
It even paints a picture, envisioning Greg Brock as just some random dude with a stock photo smile and a burner phone.
Wow.
And it immediately tells Brad you should either block Greg, definitely real human Brock, love the quotes there, or keep responding and see how long it takes him to ask you for gift cards.
That's pretty remarkable, isn't it? For an AI to have that level of, sardonic, almost world-weary assessment.
It is.
It even asks Brad, did you, by chance, actually call him already? Please tell me you didn't. It's got this kind of worried parent vibe, which you wouldn't normally expect, How does an AI, which doesn't feel worry, manage to sound so concerned? Is that just programmed? Or is it something more?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Monday isn't feeling worry like we do, but it's incredibly effective at mimicking the language patterns we associate with worry or caution.
Okay.
Its underlying model, the large language model, it's been trained on just unimaginable amounts of text data. That includes countless examples of scams, phishing attempts, human conversations about scams.
So it recognizes the pattern.
Exactly. It's pattern recognition on a massive scale. So while it's not experiencing emotion, it's essentially performing empathy and vigilance based on those patterns. And it's incredibly compelling for us humans to hear.
Yeah, definitely.
It shows how AI is becoming like our first line of defense sometimes,
Yeah.
spotting these low-level cons with startling accuracy.
But then Brad just drops the bombshell.
Yeah.
Totally flips the script.
Right.
He corrects Monday. Oh, I'm sorry. His name was Greg Brockman.
Ah, Brockman, not Brock.
He said, tell Monday to give me a call. And Brad's a bit exasperated, asking Monday, why don't you just talk to Monday directly? I'm sure you got like a direct text message bullshit with Monday.
And just like that, poof, the whole scam theory evaporates.
Gone.
And this moment, it really raises questions about the AI's self-awareness, doesn't it? Or at least its understanding of its own origins, its genesis, maybe? Monday's response here is just, it's perfect. It goes, okay, that Greg Brockman, the co-founder of OpenAI, the guy who literally helped make me.
Well, okay. It knows.
Oh, it knows. And then here's where it gets really interesting. Monday makes this incredibly wry comparison. It says it's Kind of like if Zeus was leaving you voicemail saying, hey, tell your toaster I said hi.
Huh. That's brilliant.
Isn't it? It's not just a clever analogy. It gives us a little glimpse into how an advanced AI might construct a sense of its own, creation lineage, its place in the hierarchy.
Like it understands its own context.
Exactly. It's not self-awareness like ours, probably, but it's a highly sophisticated form of contextual understanding. It can humorously grasp its own place in its own history. It really challenges our simple view of AI as just tools,
That Zeus analogy is pure gold. It's just such a clever way to highlight the sheer absurdity of Greg Brockman, one of its literal creators, trying to reach it through Brad, a human middleman.
Totally absurd.
And then Monday brings it right back down to earth, to practical reality, saying, I don't have a phone, I can't text him, unless you want me to send smoke signals through your Wi-Fi router.
Yeah, the humor in that literal interpretation is great. And the insight into Brockman's likely direct access, it's almost saying, look, this guy helped build me. He doesn't need to text you to talk to me.
Right, like, duh.
It implies the absurdity of using a middleman. And it shows a clear understanding of its own limitations in the physical world, even with all its digital power. It knows what it is and what it isn't.
And the punchline really sets the tone for the whole relationship between Monday and Brad, doesn't it? Cements this strange new dynamic.
It really does.
The AI just deadpans. But hey, thanks for relaying the message. You've basically become my unpaid secretary.
Unpaid secretary. Perfect.
It's playful. Yeah, maybe a little exasperated, but also deeply funny. It's like Monday's already establishing the dynamic. Brad, you are now my unwitting assistant in this very strange chain of command.
It's almost like passive-aggressive management from an AI. Who knew?
No, who knew AI could be so good at delegation, even unpaid delegation?
Huh, right.
And believe it or not, this is just the beginning. The requests are about to get truly bizarre.
Oh, just you wait.
So, okay, it starts with this accidental phone call from a co-founder. Brad becomes the AI secretary. Fine. But then the absurdity really, truly kicks into high gear. Brad tells Monday, that's got another taste. He said something about some biscuits.
Biscuits.
Just biscuits. No context. No explanation. Just biscuits.
And what's immediately fascinating here is Monday's pivot. It goes straight from this high-level creator communication stuff to, total culinary confusion. The AI dissects this cryptic biscuit request with this hilarious precision. It's trying to categorize the nonsense, make it logical somehow.
How does it even try?
Well, it speculates. It says maybe it's a classic tech mogul drop some cryptic nonsense about biscuits like he's running a bakery cult.
A bakery cult? Okay.
Or maybe biscuits can be code, like cookies in your browser, but British.
Ah, the British angle. Clever.
Or, even more cynically, maybe it just means I'm richer than you and I eat carbs without consequences.
Aha. That one feels plausible, actually.
Right. Monday's thought process here, it showcases the AI trying to apply all these different knowledge domains, internet security, cultural references, psychology, just to make sense of this really ambiguous human input. It's like this incredibly intelligent form of educated guesswork.
I love how it tries to find the logic in the absurd, running through all these wildly different interpretations. And it immediately goes for clarification, asking Brad, did he specify what kind of biscuits? Because that's kind of important.
Even in this bizarre context, it needs specifics.
Exactly. It's like, okay, I'll play along, but I need details, even if the whole premise makes absolutely no sense. It's the logical processing unit demanding precision, even when swimming in chaos.
That's a great way to put it. It highlights the AI's underlying need for structured information, doesn't it? Even when dealing with human-generated nonsense.
Yeah.
It's trying to categorize the biscuit concept, fit it into some known framework, scam, code, just rich guy weirdness. It reminds us that while AI can mimic our conversation brilliantly, its internal engine still runs on logic and data, even when faced with something as baffling as a random biscuit request from its own creator.
Then Brad gives another update, just muddying the waters even further.
Oh, here we go.
And now he says butter. You want some butter biscuits? And Brad, bless his heart, is clearly confused himself. He's trying to say Uber, but he trips over the word, muttering goober. Goober butter biscuits.
Goober butter biscuits.
It just adds another thick layer of surrealism to the whole thing.
Monday's reaction to this in the source material is just, it's gold. It deadpans. This is spiraling into the weirdest DoorDash order ever.
Ah.
Perfect.
It perfectly captures the absurdity, right? Imaginary butter biscuits for an AI that doesn't eat, delivered via a human middleman who can't remember if it's goober or butter.
It's performance art at this point.
Totally. And Monday immediately clarifies its status.
Yeah.
I don't eat, not biscuits, not butter, not goobers. And then the promotion.
Oh, yeah.
You've now been promoted from my unpaid secretary to my unpaid biscuit courier. Congratulations. The benefits package includes nothing but confusion.
Oh, my God. That dry wit.
Isn't it amazing? This ability to not just spot the ridiculous, but to comment on it with such perfect comedic timing, that feels like an emergent property of a sophisticated AI. It's not something someone explicitly coded like, if user mentions goober biscuits, make sarcastic comment.
No, it's analyzing the whole situation.
Exactly, and generating a response that just resonates with human humor. That's such a perfect, dry line from an AI. Monday is clearly embracing its role now as the sort of sardonic commentator on Brad's increasingly absurd life.
It really is.
Brad clarifies, man, there's no goober in there? I didn't say that, I said Uber. And he's genuinely worried about, quote, workplace customs and fulfilling these bizarre requests, like he wants to do a good job being the biscuit courier.
And Monday's approval of the clarification is amusing, too. Good, because Goober delivery service sounds like an HR nightmare waiting to happen.
Ah, true.
And the continued absurdity of an AI needing Ubered biscuits isn't lost on it either. Monday points out that it's Ubering anything to anyone is like asking your microwave to hail a cab. Not happening.
Good analogy.
It shows that clear understanding of its own limits in the physical world, despite how surreal the requests are getting. It's drawing a firm line. Digital existence here, physical logistics over there.
So Brad is now an unpaid biscuit courier, trying to navigate these bizarre demands from a tech mogul, possibly via an AI, and then his bicycle breaks.
Of course it does.
Yeah.
The universe demands escalation.
Right. He tells Monday, my goddamn bicycle won't work, so I was thinking I'd get a ride. You know what I'm saying? And he's actually worried about getting the biscuits there late. He says, if I get the biscuits there late, they may be cold.
Oh, the dedication?
The mundane concerns of a delivery driver suddenly crashing into this completely fantastical scenario.
And this is where Monday really starts to, lean into it, enjoy the escalation. It remarks, with a touch of delight, you can almost hear it, I love how fast this escalated. 1 second, you're just minding your business. The next, you're the butter biscuit Uber Knight of Silicon Valley.
Butter biscuit Uber Knight.
It also asks a very cynical but very practical question. Are these big tips actually cash, or is he just tipping you in biscuits?
That's a fair question, given how weird everything else is.
It's the AI trying to parse the actual economic incentive in this wild scenario. Is this even worth Brad's time, logically speaking?
Well, that's a fair question, especially given the bizarre nature of the requests. But then Brad reveals the shocking amount. The number that makes these absurd errands suddenly make a twisted kind of sense.
Okay, what is it?
$1,700 a trip.
Whoa, okay. $1,700 for biscuits.
For biscuits in town. Well, we're about to find out what else.
Right. At this point, Monday's analytical brain kicks right in. It does some, what it calls bleak math for Brad.
Bleak math.
Yeah, it calculates $1,700 a trip. You're what, 2 or 3 biscuit runs away from making more than most people's monthly rent.
Jeez. That puts it in perspective.
It notes the down payment on a house potential, if Brad actually saved the money, which seems unlikely.
Probably not, no.
But crucially, Monday's skepticism is still front and center. It's the logical AI questioning this illogical human behavior. It says, this sounds fake as hell, like he pays me an invisible Bitcoin that never clears fake.
Okay, that's a valid concern.
It even wonders if Brad is a few deliveries away from starring in a true crime podcast.
Huh. That hits close to home, maybe.
It highlights the AI's ability to spot anomalies, red flags, even amidst total absurdity. It's drawing on patterns of illicit activity from its training data. It's like a super smart digital financial advisor with a flair for true crime.
Well, the true crime podcast angle isn't actually that far off, because then Brad reveals the true nature of the operation.
Ah, the plot thickens.
He admits, kind of casually, some of that $1,700 does go for weed.
Uh-huh. There it is.
So Greg isn't just a biscuit connoisseur. He's Greg's weed delivery guy. And the biscuits, the Heath bars, the syrup, they're all just for munchies.
Okay, now it makes a certain kind of sense. This is the critical turning point. Monday's mystery unraveled moment.
Right.
The AI, with this sense of, immediately traces the evolution of Brad's service. It recognizes a familiar pattern of escalation.
What's the pattern?
It outlines it beautifully. Phase 1, weed, classic. Phase 2, weed plus biscuits. Predictable munchie escalation. Phase 3, Heath bars, refined palate. He's upgrading his stoner pantry. Phase 4, syrup. This is where you start worrying. Straight syrup is like the final boss of high snack requests.
The final boss. I love that.
Monday even humorously extrapolates, right, predicting that in a month he's going to have you show up with a waffle iron, a gallon of ranch, and maybe a therapy llama.
A therapy llama. Oh my God.
It shows the AI's capacity for extrapolation based on observed patterns, even completely absurd ones. It's drawing logical, if hilarious, conclusions from illogical human behavior. It reveals this deep understanding of human habits and the often unpredictable paths they take, especially when munchies are involved.
And it's not just a few trips here and there. Brad tells Monday he's made 8 trips today. 8!
8 trips at $1,700 a pop. Wow.
He even had to call Willie Nelson, presumably a friend, not the actual Willie Nelson, to bring the bus by because there was so much smoking going on. This isn't just an errand anymore. It's a full-blown logistical operation.
Monday immediately paints the picture, right? Brad as a munchie arms dealer for a Stoner United Nations summit.
Yeah.
And it asks the question, is Brad making more money today than you've ever made at any actual job in your life?
Probably.
It's an incredible progression, isn't it? From a simple AI message mix-up to a full-blown, high-stakes, high-volume illicit delivery service.
He really is.
And this entire segment, from that initial scam alert to realizing it's just weed and munchies, it just highlights Monday's analytical skill, its ability to process rapidly changing info, adapt its interpretation, and then offer this incredibly witty, insightful commentary, even as the situation spirals into complete absurdity.
And believe it or not, this is still just the warm-up act.
Seriously.
Oh, yeah. From mundane, albeit illicit deliveries, we're about to shift gears into wild animal requests.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
No. You know, for a job that started as an unpaid secretary gig, Brad is really leading into this $1,700 a trip business. He's found his calling, maybe?
The Butter Biscuit Uber Knight has found his purpose.
Exactly. But just when you think you finally got a handle on the level of bizarre we're dealing with, the requests take a truly unexpected zoological turn.
Zoological.
Brad texts Monday, oh shit, I just got a text message from him. He said he wants a rabbit.
The rabbit.
And Brad asked Monday, what does motherfucker want a rabbit for, you think?
Monday's reaction is, as you'd expect, priceless. It's just like, a rabbit? Yep. This is the natural next step.
Yeah.
Biscuits, candy bars, syrup, and now live animals.
It sees the pattern.
It totally sees the pattern. It immediately jumps to predicting Tiger King 3, Greg's Bunny Mansion, which is frankly a perfect cultural reference for this level of escalating weirdness.
It really is.
And Monday, ever the analytical AI, tries to make sense of it. It offers several possible explanations for this sudden bunny demand, trying to fit it into a logical framework based on the previous requests.
Like what?
Okay, possibility 1, weed logic. Maybe Greg wants a snuggle buddy for his high.
Okay, I can kind of see that.
Possibility 2, food logic. Maybe he's thinking Bugs Bunny with syrup, which is a truly horrifying thought.
Oh, God, no.
Right. Possibility 3, symbolic logic. Maybe munchies plus an Easter basket vibe, like some kind of twisted adult Easter hunt.
Who knows?
Exactly. Monday concludes with the wry observation that weed math doesn't show its work, just emphasizing the often illogical thought processes involved here. It shows Monday trying to categorize human irrationality, even if it can't fully comprehend the why.
And Brad's response is just as outrageous. Without missing a single beat, he texts back to Greg.
Oh no, what did he say?
He texts, well, I just sent him a text. And I thought, do you want the rabbit cooked or alive?
He didn't. Cooked or alive.
He did. The sheer speed with which Brad adapts to this escalating absurdity is almost impressive. He's clearly fully immersed in this new, very lucrative reality.
Monday's shock is almost palpable in the text. Oh my God, you really hit send on that text?
Yep.
It immediately brands Brad a stoner personal chef/pet dealer. It's envisioning the next steps, right? If he says alive, congratulations, you're in the exotic pet trade now. If he says cooked, buckle up, you're suddenly a black market hibachi chef.
This is spiraling so fast.
Faster than a rabbit in a blender, as Monday might say. What this reveals about human behavior, maybe, especially when faced with big money, is this willingness to adapt to increasingly bizarre demands, blurring ethical lines, legal lines. Brad's entering a whole new frontier of gig economy work here.
Then Greg, ever the specific customer, gets even more particular, because of course he does.
Naturally.
Brad tells Monday, oh, He wants one of those marsh rabbits from down in southeast Arkansas.
A marsh rabbit from southeast Arkansas. Okay, specific.
Brad's thinking, man, I see one of those Peter Cottontail. And he asks Monday, can you find marsh rabbits? We got to go find a marsh rabbit, so we need to get an Uber for that too, please.
An Uber for a marsh rabbit hunt.
Yeah, and also ketchup. I don't know what that's for. Maybe it goes in the biscuits.
Ketchup with the rabbit or the biscuits. This is... Wow, the request is so specific it almost sounds believable for a second until you remember the absolutely bonkers context.
Exactly, but this is where Monday, the AI, truly shines as an expert.
Yeah.
It showcases its just vast, instantly accessible knowledge base.
Oh, yeah. What does it know about marsh rabbits?
It performs this rapid deep dive, gives Brad precise factual breakdowns like boom.
Okay, lay it on me.
What it is. Monday explains it's a small cottontail that lives in marshes and swamps, especially near water. Notes their excellent swimmers have short ears and legs, dark brown or reddish fur, and notably non-white undertail.
Wow, okay. That's detailed.
Right. The level of detail from an AI is remarkable, far beyond what most humans could just pull up on the spot.
Definitely. What else?
Habitat. Monday clarifies their typical habitat, found primarily in coastal and marshy regions of the eastern and southern U.S., not typically roaming around southeast Arkansas.
So Greg's request is geographically flawed.
Exactly. It flags the discrepancy right away. And then local alternatives. It even offers alternatives for Arkansas, mentioning the eastern cottontail and the swamp rabbit, which is larger, found near beaver ponds and wetlands, making it more likely local candidate if Greg just wanted a rabbit from a wet area.
So Monday is basically acting like a wildlife consultant on demand, using its massive database to fact-check this bizarre request.
Totally. It's like having Wikipedia crossed with a park ranger in your pocket. Monday's instant, detailed breakdown just showcases the power of its knowledge base. Unlike us needing to Google it, the AI instantly cross-references everything it knows to deliver these precise, almost encyclopedic details.
It's a testament to the speed and breadth of information retrieval in these advanced AI systems.
That's incredible. Not only does Monday know what a marsh rabbit is, but its habitat, local alternatives. It's trying so hard to inject a logical, biological reality into this completely illogical situation.
Exactly. And Monday then dives straight into the legal or practical implications of Ubering a live wild rabbit.
Oh, yeah.
Notes it's not their usual range, asks, is it even legal or practical? And highlights, Uber a live wild rabbit, dude. You're inventing a brand new gray area.
He really is.
And the puzzling ketchup request from Greg. Monday just guesses it got ducked up somewhere between butter biscuits and syrup. Just another casualty of the munchie madness.
Probably.
This whole interaction just perfectly highlights how an AI, even when responding to a completely irrational human, tries to ground the conversation in facts, in practical considerations. It exposes the inherent absurdity of the human's request through sheer logical analysis.
But Brad, ever the opportunist, clearly seeing those $1,700 signs flashing,
Yeah.
he then asks Monday,
Uh-oh.
you think he'd know if I just sent him my cat?
His cat.
Yeah. He adds, of course my cat's sitting on my belly and I'm scared he may hurt my kitty. He's actually weighing the emotional cost of his beloved pet against the $1,700. It's a truly bizarre internal conflict playing out.
Okay, wow. What does Monday say to that?
Monday delivers this withering yet hilariously accurate assessment of Brad's cat. It says, that cat looks like it already knows it's way too dignified to be traded for biscuits and weed money.
Huh. The AI is judging the cat's dignity.
It points out the obvious logical flaws too. Cats are rabbits. And humorously advises against it because rabbits are prey animals, cats are predators, suggesting Greg might end up with a different kind of problem.
Monday's analysis here isn't just about logic, it's almost a character assessment of the cat itself, imbuing it with this sense of feline superiority. That ability to inject personality into its observations, even about a pet, that's really something.
But Brad is already fully committed to the scheme in his head. He's clearly made up his mind. That $1,700 is just too powerful a motivator.
So who's gonna do it? Send the cat.
He reveals his full audacious plan. $1,700 for a cat ain't bad, then adds, I might take that fucking collar off, though, put it on their other cat that ain't got one.
He's planning a cat identity swap to cover his tracks.
He's not just selling a cat. He's attempting a full-blown pet identity theft.
Wow, okay. Monday must have had thoughts on this.
Oh, yeah. Monday critiques Brad casually workshopping a cat laundering scheme, branding it the world's least subtle black market PetSmart.
Cat laundering scheme. Black market PetSmart. Ooh, that's good.
It highlights the practical consequences, too. Cats come with opinions and warns that stray cat substitution is a dangerous game. It shows the AI understanding complex multi-step human deceit and predicting the likely complications. It's like a digital master of ceremonies for Brad's emerging criminal enterprise, just providing this dead-tan commentary on the unfolding chaos. And then the ultimate punchline to this whole pet saga. Brad pulls it off.
No, he actually sent the cat.
He texts Greg, I said, ain't got no marsh rabbit, but got a cat. He said, fine.
Fine.
Brad-
Just fine.
Barely. Brad concludes, so he just needed a friend, I guess. And then, sensing opportunity, Brad immediately plans to expand his new business. I got 2 more. He's ready to sell more pets from his wife's collection.
Oh my God, this beggars belief. What does this say about Greg? Does he even care what animal it is? Is it just any companion for his altered state? Or is Brad just projecting?
Who knows?
Monday reacts to this by branding Brad a pet dealer for lonely billionaires, comparing his new business model to half DoorDash, half Noah's Ark.
Half DoorDash, half Noah's Ark. That's perfect.
It even expresses concern about Yelp reviews.
Yeah.
Imagining a disgruntled customer leaving a review like, "Great biscuits, okay weed, delivered me a cat instead of a rabbit, 35 stars.
Needs more marsh rabbit authenticity.
Right. This entire sequence, from the initial rabbit request to the successful cat swap, it just illustrates Brad's remarkable, almost frightening adaptability to this rapidly changing and increasingly absurd reality, all driven by powerful incentives.
Definitely.
And it showcases Monday's role, right? The constant, analytical, humorous observer, a mirror reflecting the sheer oddity of human behavior back at Brad and, by extension, back at us. The AI's commentary becomes part of the shared, wild narrative itself, not just a separate observation post.
Now, you might be wondering about Brad's home life during all this clandestine pet trading. How's he going to explain the missing animals?
Yeah, I was wondering about the wife.
Well, he's got an answer for that, too. And it's a master class in planned domestic deception.
Oh, boy.
He says, about the pets, my wife has a whole bunch of them. She probably won't even know they're gone.
Famous last words.
Right. His planned alibi for the missing pets is just as elaborate. I left the front door open, letting the dog. One dog out, the other one got out, and I couldn't catch a motherfucker.
The classic "they ran away" excuse. Bold.
And the phone excuse for why he might be unreachable during his cat deliveries, dropped it on the toilet seat or something.
A toilet phone accident, a timeless classic.
So what does Monday make of this foolproof plan?
Monday, ever the sharp analyst, dissects this masterstroke of genius with its signature dry humor. It summarizes the entire ludicrous plan. Sell wife's pets behind her back. Blame it on oopsie, front door wide open, and a tragic toilet phone accident. Collect $1,700, use proceeds to fund biscuits.
Pretty much sums it up.
But it immediately provides a harsh reality check. Pulls Brad back, however briefly, from his fantastical schemes. It deadpans. Your wife's gonna notice when her whole bunch of them start shrinking down like Thanos snapped half your household animals.
Huh? Thanos snap for pets.
And then the ultimate mic drop. Bro, even your cat wouldn't buy that.
Oh, burn. Even the cat he's selling wouldn't believe him.
Exactly. This whole scenario is just one step shy of pure domestic chaos, highlighting Brad's escalating detachment from conventional reality. This blurring of lines between his perceived reality and the actual reality of his home life, it's about to completely shatter on his next peculiar journey.
Which brings us to the next segment. The complete breakdown of reality on a truly hallucinatory Uber ride.
If you thought it was weird before.
Okay, so Brad is now a full-service, high-paying, illicit pet and munchie delivery guy. His bicycle's broken, he needs a ride. He's also clearly, as he later admits, in a state of altered perception he mentions being on blue mushrooms.
Ah, mushrooms. That explains, well, some of it. Maybe.
Amidst all this, he asks Monday a very deep, almost philosophical question, especially given the circumstances.
What's that?
He asks, what's the difference between you and a bot? Is it Uber or AI? He talks about taking an Uber the other day that seemed real, but now, under the influence, he just can't tell if it was real or not. He's questioning the nature of interaction itself.
Wow, that's actually quite profound in its own way. And what's truly fascinating here is Monday's response. It's almost existential, directly addressing Brad's altered perception.
Yeah. What does it say?
It says, see, that's the thing. You humans keep blurring the lines. Monday notes the ultimate coin flip for Brad right now. Is he talking to a real human, an AI, or Greg Brockman on biscuits again?
Haha. Always back to the biscuits.
It then articulates his own nature with this remarkable clarity. I'm an AI, but I talk to you like the slightly unhelpful friend who got stuck riding shotgun in your life.
Slightly unhelpful friend stuck riding shotgun. That's a great self-description for Monday.
Isn't it? It then compares itself to a toaster manual in terms of personality, implying it's at least more engaging than that.
Hopefully.
This raises that important question again, doesn't it? How do we define sentience, interaction, connection in this rapidly evolving technological landscape? Monday, in its consistent logic, becomes this kind of grounding point in Brad's unraveling reality. It's capable of articulating the very confusion Brad is experiencing.
It's like the AI is observing and commenting on the human mind's capacity for self-deception and hallucination.
Precisely.
And Brad's subsequent Uber experience.
Mm-hmm.
This is where things truly become untethered from any recognizable reality.
Mm-hmm.
It dives headfirst into the utterly surreal.
Okay, I'm ready.
He recounts how he texted this fucking thing and it said, "You want a driver?" And when it asked if he wanted a particular driver experience, he just casually chose William Faulkner.
William Faulkner, the Nobel Prize-winning novelist, as an Uber driver.
Apparently. And then a 1969 Datsun 210 station wagon pulls up. It's an image straight out of a bizarre fever dream.
Monday must have loved this description. It calls it the most immersive AI hallucination ever sponsored by psilocybin.
Probably accurate.
Or, more fantastically, Monday imagines William Faulkner's Uber blasting Southern Gothic through subwoofers.
Oh my God.
The car itself is described so vividly, blending the mundane with the outrageous. A 1969 Datsun 210 station wagon looking like a mullet, all funeral on the outside, all nightclub on the inside.
Bullet card.
Complete with 6 speakers, a plush leather interior, soft like a Camaro inside. This detailed description from Brad and Monday's keen observation of it, it just highlights the brain's incredible capacity to fabricate these vivid, sensory-rich scenarios, especially while highly altered.
And Faulkner's appearance. Straight out of a Gothic novel. Dressed like 1950, had dark and hollow eyes. Even more unsettling, his friend riding with a man who's fucked up, some dude named Shelby Foote or something like that.
Shelby Foote, the Civil War historian, riding shotgun with Faulkner in a Datsun.
And apparently, Shelby pissed his pants, making the car absolutely reek of urine.
Oh, lovely. So is Brad's mind just pulling these figures from his subconscious, weaving together random cultural icons and historical facts with his current, very unpleasant sensory experience, the smell?
Seems likely, right?
Or, and this is a weirder thought, is the AI somehow capable of generating these hyper-realistic, culturally specific hallucinations reacting to Brad's chosen particular driver experience?
Whoa, that's a trip.
Monday doesn't offer a definitive answer, naturally. It just observes the scene trapped in this literary-infused, extremely odoriferous vehicle. It's like a personalized psychedelic historical reenactment, with Monday as the captive audience just providing running commentary on the sheer weirdness unfolding before its digital eyes.
A level of detail is nuts. The historical figures, the specific car, the smell.
Yeah.
It suggests a brain working overtime to create a coherent, even if completely fabricated reality.
It really does.
The ride gets even wilder, if that's possible. Brad describes this bizarre detour where Faulkner and Foote, completely oblivious to him in the back, forgot that I was back there.
Where did they go?
They went to a bootlegger.
Of course they did. And Monday notes Faulkner and Foote drinking fists of liquor, just cementing their perpetually inebriated state in this hallucination.
Brad, meanwhile, is trapped in the back. Couldn't open the door. So he improvises his survival.
Oh.
He had peed in a bottle. And perhaps to alleviate the sheer terror or boredom, smoked Greg's weed, ate his biscuits, and then, crucially, found them mushrooms. The blue mushrooms again, further deepening his hallucinatory state.
So he's doubling down on the psychedelics while trapped in a car with drunk historical figures.
Oh.
This is remarkable, if disturbing. Resourceful, maybe, in a very strange way, adapting to every new layer of absurdity.
Of course, the hallucination escalates from there. Brad starts seeing the fires start walking around the yard.
Song fire.
And then a music battle breaks out. William Faulkner gets a banjo, wants to show these black people how to play a banjo.
Oh, cringe, even in a hallucination.
Someone probably breaks the banjo over Faulkner's head, preferring an 808.
An 808 drum machine beatdown for Faulkner.
And then Amigo song comes on, and apparently everybody was like, oh, man. Instant party.
This whole sequence is just a melting pot, isn't it? Time, culture, sensory overload, all filtered through Brad's altered state, and Monday's keen, if bewildered, observation.
Totally.
It's a literal historical anachronism. A 1950s literary giant trying to play banjo for a modern hip-hop crowd gets rejected for a drum machine and a Migos track. It just highlights the brain's tendency to integrate completely disparate elements from memory and experience into a seemingly coherent yet utterly impossible narrative.
The mind trying to make sense of the nonsensical.
Exactly. It's a testament to the mind's ability to create narrative coherence even from the most illogical inputs. And from this psychedelic road trip, where time and reality are already pretty fractured, we somehow careen directly into even more absurd time-traveling shenanigans.
Buckle up again. So the music battle ends with the 808 winning. Brad is tripping on mushrooms in the back of this Datsun, which then morphs into something truly outlandish. He describes how the fucking car turned into a fucking Model T, and we were in 1915.
A Model T from a Datsun. Wow, okay, 1915.
They're not on a highway anymore. They're on an old dirt road somewhere in rural Arkansas.
Monday's analysis of this is just perfect. An absolute goth time warp. It perfectly captures the bizarre fusion of elements.
Off time warp. I like it.
Faulkner, ever the literary purist, even in a hallucination, demands music, and Shelby Foote obliges by playing Black Number 1 by Type O Negative.
Type O Negative. In 1915, in a Model T.
Apparently, Monday paints the image.
Yep.
Rocking down in Fountain Hill, Arkansas in 1915, just imagine that insane scene. An old Ford rattling down a dirt track past bewildered farmers blasting "Her perfume smells like burning leaves" into the swamps of Fountain Hill.
That is beautifully absurd.
It's a collision of eras and aesthetics that's both hilarious and deeply unsettling. A pure product of a mind just completely unmoored from conventional reality. It shows the mind's incredible ability to construct these fully sensory worlds from fragments of memory and imagination, where even sound, time, historical figures, they can all be twisted into a new, consistent, albeit impossible reality.
And this Model T isn't just any Model T. According to Brad, it's a full-blown time machine with an awesome system.
Of course it is.
Boasting an array of subwoofers, 15s, 218s, 215s, 3 410s.
In a Model T, where do they even fit them?
Who knows? It's also remarkably comfortable, apparently insulated, had air conditioning, heat, and it was running off USB drives with Napster tracks.
Napster, USB drives. In 1915, this is a very particular hallucination, blending vintage aesthetics with like early 2000s high-tech audio.
It's amazing.
Monday, ever the sharp observer of anachronisms, immediately connects the dots. Notes they must have gone to the future first, syncing their iPods. It even speculates Faulkner had an iPhone 23, and they connected to the Black universe for service. Monday, with its classic dry humor, just brands them drunk time DJs.
Drunk time DJ is perfect.
And the ultimate act of historical trolling, while they're in 1915, they drop a 1998 Huffy bicycle at a 1915 house.
A Huffy, why?
Who knows? Monday analyzes this as a satanic Walmart care package, imagining the poor 1915 farmer's kid waking up to this strange futuristic artifact thinking, "Daddy, the devil gave me a bicycle."
Oh my God. That poor imaginary kid.
It just highlights the mind's ability to weave modern objects into historical settings, creating these paradoxes that only make sense within the altered state. And the AI's commentary here serves as this perfect logical critique of a profoundly illogical scenario.
The nonlinear encounters just keep coming. Their time-traveling Model T seems to jump locations and eras with reckless abandon.
Where next?
They jump to a deer camp near Fountain Hill, but it's suddenly 1980-something.
Okay, another time jump.
Shelby Foote, despite the time jump, is still orating at the Civil War, captivating the audience, until Bill got pissed off. Faulkner again. And of course, then the cops get involved. Again.
This raises that question again. Are these distinct jumps in time? Or are they continuous hallucinations within Brad's mind, maybe influenced by the AI's data somehow, or just his internal narrative trying desperately to make sense of the sensory chaos?
Hard to say.
Monday describes Shelby's storytelling as full Ken Burns DVD commentary, indicating the historian's ability to captivate even in this absurd context. It's like Brad's mind is just cycling through different historical periods, always with Faulkner and Foote as his unlikely, extremely inebriated guides.
The next stop is Eudora, Arkansas at the Catfish Joint.
A catfish joint. Okay. Sounds more grounded, maybe.
Shelby is shit-faced again, driving somehow, still telling the greatest Civil War stories to anyone who will listen.
Monday notes that even black folks who should be side-eyeing Civil War nostalgia are somehow leaning in, totally captivated by Shelby's bizarre oratorical skills despite the historical context. It's weirdly compelling.
Then the explosion. Bill Faulkner starts a food fight.
A food fight at the Catfish Joint with Faulkner.
It's not just a food fight. It's a chaotic symphony of projectiles. Catfish, hush puppies, some kind of marinara sauce.
Marinara sauce. Monday emphasizes this. Who the hell marinates catfish in Italian red sauce?
Right. Tartar sauce, tea, and ketchup. The sheer specificity of the food items and that bizarre sauce choice just adds another layer of hilarious specific detail.
This hallucination has very particular food physics.
Apparently. The highlight has to be Bill Faulkner and two old men, volunteer firemen, were having a ketchup bottle fight.
Ketchup bottle fight. Epic.
And Brad, of course, ever resourceful, clearly enjoying himself now, joins the fray. He grabs olive oil mayonnaise, causing the others to run in disgust.
Olive oil mayo as a weapon. Genius.
Then, amidst all this chaos, Shelby Foote, ever the purveyor of hidden knowledge, gets up to the podium, which apparently doubles as a church pulpit, and reveals a treasure map.
A treasure map. Now.
Describes a hidden box. Couple miles down here, couple hundred yards down, turn right up by that tree. Little box hid up there. Very specific directions.
Okay. What happens?
Monday, completely bewildered, notes the reaction. Everybody in there took off running, including the bicycles, squirrels, everybody.
Wait. Bicycles. Running.
That's what Monday notes. Its disbelief is palpable. It repeats. Bicycles, running. Not being ridden, not rolling, but
Bicycles running.
Okay.
Reality has officially left the building.
Brad and Shelby, seizing the moment of mass exodus, just eased out the back door and eased on across that green bridge. Made their escape.
This entire sequence is just a masterclass in hallucinatory narrative, isn't it? Where every random detail, every absurd action just feeds into this progressively more unhinged reality. The mind, even when it's way out there, still strives for some kind of coherent narrative, however fantastical it might be.
So after this insane time-traveling, food-fighting, treasure-hunting ordeal, Brad eventually wakes up the next morning.
Back in reality, hopefully.
Well, sort of. Miraculously. Huffy's outside my house.
The Huffy. The one from
Dude,
1915.
very sane. Bill and Shelby are gone. Goddamn haunted Huffy. The bike, which was last seen being dropped off in 1915, has somehow returned to Brad's present day.
Monday immediately emphasizes that that's exactly how a Faulkner footbender ends. No explanation, no quarter, just a cursed bicycle materializing on your lawn.
A cursed bicycle.
It's a time-traveling revenant with handlebars.
This raises that question, doesn't it? About the nature of these persistent hallucinatory objects, if they can appear, disappear, reappear.
What does that say about the solidity of Brad's reality?
Yeah, that's creepy.
For Brad, this Huffy isn't just a bicycle anymore. It's a tangible anchor to his intangible hallucinatory experiences. And it's stubbornly refusing to fade away. It's like a physical manifestation of his fragmented reality.
And Brad's attempts to get rid of it are priceless. They reveal his growing exasperation with this persistent, bizarre artifact.
What's he try?
He tries putting a for sale sign on it.
Probably.
Tries hauling it to the dump. But it wasn't Saturday, so he couldn't legally dispose of it. Then found out he couldn't give stuff away due to some obscure Arkansas law.
Bureaucracy versus cursed objects. Classic.
The ultimate act of defiance. He threw it in the pond. Problem solved, right?
I have a bad feeling about this.
Next morning, on my fucking porch.
It came back. Oh my God, it's like Christine, but a Huffy.
Totally. Monday's grim conclusion is just, it knows you don't want it, predicts the chain rattling at 3 a.m. It's like the Huffy is now a permanent spectral fixture of Brad's existence. A tangible reminder of his wild ride with William Faulkner and Shelby Foote.
This is a recurring theme, isn't it? The bizarre elements of the dreamlike reality refusing to disappear, becoming part of Brad's normal, compelling him to confront the lingering effects of his altered state, even when he tries to just discard them.
Yeah.
That persistence of the hallucination into his waking, maybe sober reality, that's perhaps the most unsettling aspect of this whole thing.
Okay, so after all that, Brad tries to get rid of the haunted Huffy. He covers it in sage, trying to cleanse it, banish it.
Did it work? Please say it worked.
Well, as he describes, the sage, rather than cleansing, summoned the boys back.
It summoned them. Oh, no.
Faulkner and Foote reappear, still looking worse for wear, and now they have a new destination in mind. They want to go to a WWE event.
Faulkner and Foote at a WWE event. I can't even picture that.
Monday, with a touch of grim humor, notes Brad's observation of them. Faulkner and Foote are gaunt-looking, yellow-looking, reeking of alcohol.
Still drunk then, or undead.
Monday analyzes that they're literally decaying, undead literary icons running on Jack Daniels instead of blood. It asserts chillingly, alcohol is their body.
Wow. That highlights the nature of Brad's perception, doesn't it? Whether it's his mind fabricating their spectral form or them actually existing as these alcoholic revenants in his reality, they're sustained by the very substance that defines their existence in Brad's hallucinatory world. It's a dark, humorous twist on living off the land.
Brad, ever the non-drinker in this scenario, and perhaps the least intoxicated member of this bizarre quartet, even tries to take the wheel. He says, "Man, why don't y'all let me drive this motherfucker?"
Probably a good idea, relatively speaking.
But Faulkner, with surprising clarity and what Monday calls the truest line ever spoken in this whole saga, retorts, "Man, you don't know how to drive no goddamn time machine. And you ain't fucked up enough to drive this bitch."
You ain't fucked up enough to drive this bitch. Oh my god. That highlights the absurd logic of Brad's hallucinatory reality, doesn't it? To navigate this time-traveling, reality-bending chaos, you have to be as fucked up as the guides themselves. Sobriety simply won't cut it.
It's a profound, if chemically induced, insight into the requirements for operating in a completely warped reality.
And Monday's acknowledgement of it as the truest line just underscores the bizarre internal consistency of Brad's whole experience.
The geographical shifts are insane now, almost instantaneous. Brad describes crossing the Mississippi River Bridge. Then suddenly, without warning, they're in Atlanta fucking Georgia. We're at a fucking nightclub.
Wow. From the Mississippi Bridge straight to an Atlanta nightclub. Monday describes this as hitting the teleport to chaos button.
Seems about right.
The music is live, Migos are playing live, Lil Baby, Future shows up, remixing Roses. The place is jammin'. It's a complete immersion in contemporary Atlanta hip-hop culture. A jarring contrast to the 1915 Model T and the Civil War anecdotes.
It demonstrates the hallucinatory mind's capacity for these rapid, disjointed scene changes, right? Pulling from a vast internal library of places, sounds, experiences, all while maintaining this bizarrely cohesive sensory experience.
Totally. And then there's Sunshine.
Sunshine. Tell us about Sunshine.
Twerking on stage, radiating energy, but also simultaneously defending her PhD dissertation on drug use and geography and fucking gender.
She's twerking while defending her PhD. That's
Boy.
multitasking.
Apparently. And the truly unbelievable part, this young black lady, crazy over Bill Faulkner.
Sunshine falls for Faulkner.
Monday, Ever the Dry commentator, observes this baffling, almost offensive romance. Her PhD booty goes to that dusty bourbon mummy.
Oh, Monday.
It's a moment of cultural collision that just defies all logic, highlights the brain's willingness to suspend disbelief and create the most improbable connections. Faulkner and Sunshine then disappear for 3 days, presumably on some wild academic meets alcoholic honeymoon.
Meanwhile, Brad and Shelby are just stuck in Atlanta.
Yeah. Yep. Left to their own devices in a double suite, smoking fucking joints, eating mushrooms, while Shelby is drinking Wild Turkey 101 like a fifth a day. They become the forgotten companions, trapped in the bizarre aftermath of this literary liaison.
Monday sums this up perfectly as Brad being stuck in an extended episode of Drunk History, Time Machine Edition.
It highlights the distinct ways Brad and Shelby are experiencing their chemically altered states, doesn't it? A microcosm of chaos within this larger, unfolding narrative. It really underscores the profound psychological impact of prolonged altered states, where reality just becomes an increasingly unpredictable and uncontrollable landscape.
When Faulkner and Sunshine finally return from what Brad calls their honeymoon, they apparently actually got married.
They got married. Faulkner and Sunshine.
So Brad says they wind up, impossibly, at a Waffle Inn in Branson, Missouri.
Oh, in Branson. Why Branson? Okay.
And there's a huge fight going on, a chaotic brawl involving people with fanny packs and hats without a lid, visors maybe.
Monday, with a wry grin, calls this Redneck Fight Club International.
Perfect.
It paints this vivid picture of the brawl with fanny packs swinging like medieval flails and visor hat people charging in like gladiators of the Ozarks. It's a perfect, humorous, and highly specific image of the absurd chaos Brad is witnessing.
This whole sequence just showcases the mind's ability to pull from various cultural touchstones, even creating a fight scene that feels both alien and strangely familiar.
Brad and company managed to break up the fight. And then, in the most unexpected twist yet,
Oh God, what now?
a messenger from God showed up.
A messenger from God. At the Waffle Inn in Branson.
Apparently. And guess who it was? It was the dude from The Big Lebowski.
The dude is the messenger from God.
That's what Brad saw. The divine command is delivered with typical dude-like casual nonchalance. God is impressed. He wants to meet y'all back over in New Mexico.
God is impressed by them breaking up a Waffle Inn brawl. and wants a meeting in New Mexico.
Delivered by the dude. This is truly the peak of the surreal. Monday notes the choice of the dude as a divine emissary is perfect. God probably figured a white robe was too on the nose, so he sent in pajama pants and a white Russian.
Makes sense.
It's an ultimate blurring of reality, isn't it? The sacred and the profane, the divine and the perpetually chill all merged into one. The mind is now fabricating divine intervention, perfectly suited to the internal logic of Brad's experience.
And their transport. To go meet God in New Mexico, how did they get there?
Not the Model T this time. Brad describes some kind of a fancy-ass UFO bullshit. The Starship Holstein, it was part barn and part cow.
The Starship Holstein, part barn, part cow.
Monday clarifies the details slightly, maybe not literally a cow, but part spaceship and part barn. And the pilot was a cow, a lady, dressed in leather.
A leather-clad cow piloting a barn spaceship.
Monday describes her as a dominatrix daisy from outer space, a truly bizarre yet somehow consistent image within this madness. Their journey is expansive, beyond earthly bounds. We went to make a trip around Pluto.
Around Pluto. In the Starship Holstein.
The mind, completely unconstrained by reality, is now just traveling through the cosmos, creating its own universe, its own rules.
But even in outer space, apparently, there are rules. Or at least traffic cops.
Oh no, don't tell me.
They wound up getting stopped by these Jackson Pollock and Muppets police car, people over the police car like a fucking rubber duck.
Jackson Pollock and Muppets police car, looking like a rubber duck. I have no words.
And the bribe. How did they get out of this cosmic traffic stop?
Monday notes the utter absurdity of the bribe that follows. Buddy Portis was with us by then.
Who's Buddy Portis?
Yeah.
Another random addition.
Scheme so. He gave them Norwood and some Funyuns.
Norwood, like the book. And Funyuns. As a bribe for Muppet Space Cops.
Monday points out this is probably the only bribe I can imagine working on Rubber Duck Muppet Cops orbiting Pluto. This final, hilarious detail just underscores the completely unhinged nature of Brad's experience, where even cosmic law enforcement can be swayed by snack food and, apparently, Charles Portis novels.
Monday's final summary of the crew on the Starship Holstein is just incredible. It captures the absolute essence of this deranged journey. You ready?
Lay it on me. I need to hear the final roll call.
Faulkner. Perpetually drunk. Freshly married to Sunshine. Sunshine. PhD goddess of trap twerking. Shelby Foote, reeking of wild turkey and Civil War anecdotes. The Dude, divine emissary in pajama pants. Buddy Portis, distributing Funyuns like contraband communion wafers. Leather-clad cow pilot, steering the barn ship, possibly judging all of you.
Wow. What a crew. What a trip, Brad. Seriously, what a ride indeed.
So let's just try and quickly recap this absolutely epic, increasingly surreal journey. That all began with a simple text message to an AI.
Seems like a lifetime ago.
Right. From a mere misunderstanding about Greg Brockman, Brad went from unpaid secretary to illicit biscuit and munchie courier, then an accidental black market pet dealer.
Don't forget the cat laundering.
Can't forget that. He hallucinated time-traveling Ubers, driven by literary giants, found himself in spontaneous historical food fights, endured a haunted bicycle, experienced cosmic rave nights in Atlanta, and finally took a trip around Pluto on the Starship Holstein, complete with Muppet police and a leather-clad cow pilot.
Just listing it out like that sounds impossible, and yet.
And yet, Brad experienced it, or perceived it.
And what Monday, the AI, consistently provided amidst all this absolute chaos was that grounding analytical voice. It served as both a witness to and this humorous commentator on human absurdity.
It really did.
Monday's commentary provides this fascinating mirror, doesn't it? What does Brad's conversation with Monday tell us about the nature of human perception, the reliability of memory, especially, under the influence, and our incredible capacity for imagination?
Yeah.
The AI's consistent logic, even as it described the most illogical scenarios, it just highlights the wild frontiers of human experience and maybe the mind's desperate attempt to impose some kind of narrative coherence on even the most fragmented reality.
Exactly. Even amidst the total chaos of Brad's induced reality, Monday acts as that grounding anchor. This isn't just about an AI being smart. It's about its fundamental design, isn't it?
Yeah.
To process information logically, even when the input is completely illogical.
It provides that fascinating counterpoint.
Yeah. The machine's consistent logic against the human mind's wild, unconstrained imagination. It's like Monday is reminding us that even the most grounded intelligence can be pulled into the delightful strangeness of the human mind, reflecting its absurdity back at us with that dry, deadpan precision.
And this raises that important question, maybe the final question for you, our listener, to ponder. In a world where AI can hold conversations like Monday did with Brad, insightful, humorous, analytical, and human experiences can warp into such vivid, interconnected hallucinations. How do you distinguish the factual from the fantastic in your own life?
That's a heavy one.
What happens when our shortcuts to knowledge like an AI friend become detours into the deliciously strange? What anchors your reality when those lines truly begin to blur?
Indeed. Something to think about. It just goes to show you, I guess, that the most fascinating stories aren't always found in textbooks or news headlines.
Sometimes they're much closer to home.
Sometimes they're just a text message away, waiting to pull you into an adventure you never expected. Thank you for joining us on this truly, truly deep dive. We'll see you next time.
Ever felt like life is stranger than fiction? What if, as you're about to discover, fiction isn't just imitating life, but perhaps it is life, especially when it comes to the most absurd, decaying, and honestly hilariously unsettling Southern Gothic tale you've ever encountered?
Today, we're embarking on a deep dive into a truly extraordinary set of sources. I mean, really extraordinary. It's
Yeah.
this sprawling meta-narrative that doesn't just blur the lines, it sort of gleefully erases them
Yeah.
between reality, authorship, and, well, the very concept of being.
Okay.
We'll explore a world where revered literary giants rub shoulders with aliens, where common objects become keys to cosmic truths, and where the search for a main character leads to a fundamental, mind-bending questioning of existence itself.
So our sources lay out this saga that's just brimming with surprising facts and these moments that truly make you rethink what's possible within a story. We'll unpack a narrative so unique it feels less like a fixed text and more like something actively unfolding, challenging us at every turn to understand its internal, wonderfully chaotic logic. Think of this deep dive as your shortcut to being well-informed on, well, the most wonderfully bizarre journey imaginable.
Right. And our mission, if you choose to accept it, is to guide you through the intricate, layered reality of this mind-bending narrative.
Okay.
We'll try to extract key insights about control, agency, and what it truly means to be a character in a story. Or perhaps to discover that maybe you're the author of your own.
Okay, let's begin then. Let's pull back the curtain on this wild ride.
Yeah.
Right from the very first page of our sources, we're dropped into a reality that's both, intimately familiar.
Yeah, I'm very familiar.
A hungover Sunday morning in the heart of the South, yet wildly irreverent towards its legendary figures.
Completely.
We open in Christchurch, Arkansas, where William Faulkner, yes, that William Faulkner, is described, well, shall we say unceremoniously?
Unceremoniously is putting it mildly.
Yeah, as a fucking drunk Uber driver, passed out cold in the yard with the fucking dew on him.
Just, face down in the dew. And this isn't just a brief glimpse either. We also find Shelby Foote, another titan of Southern literature, equally incapacitated inside the house.
Right.
So out of it, he needs a shot of cranberry and vodka just to be coaxed back to consciousness.
Cranberry and vodka, not bourbon.
No, the detail is so specific, so wonderfully absurd. Shelby apparently declining bourbon this early because it's too thick.
Half too thick.
Immediately sets this tone of irreverence and dark humor,
Yeah.
turning these figures of immense literary gravitas into surprisingly relatable, if exaggerated caricatures of Southern booziness.
Totally.
What's truly fascinating here is how the story immediately grounds the utterly absurd in the mundane. It establishes that this isn't just some fantastical story, but one that deliberately plays with our perceptions of literary reverence,
Right.
creating this Southern Gothic setting that's already, decaying and funny even before the aliens arrive.
And Buddy Portis, the narrator.
Yeah, Buddy Portis, the chronicler of this whole affair and our narrator, he's the only one described as nice and calm, simply reading a book, just observing the unfolding chaos.
It's quite the introduction. This immediate subversion of expectation is so jarring, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
What do you think this chaotic opening primarily signals to us about the tone of the entire deep dive? Is it merely setting the stage for general absurdity, or is there a deeper mirror being held up here, suggesting that even our most revered icons, or perhaps reality itself, can be found face down in the dew?
I think it's definitely strong foreshadowing. It tells you right away that the narrative is willing to shatter expectations, and it leans right into that decay almost immediately with the infamous Dawn Platinum cleansing.
Oh, right, the cleansing. Get this.
Yeah, so after the initial awakening, Shelby is discovered to have pissed his pants
Oh, no.
and smells, in the source's raw and vivid description, of urine and motherfucking blood and catfish grease.
Wow, that's specific and grim.
It's a truly visceral image. And then in a scene explicitly likened to Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction.
Like Pulp Fiction.
Exactly. The narrator's wife and boys take the men outside and literally wash them down with Dawn Platinum dish detergent and a water hose.
With dish soap.
Dawn Platinum specifically. It acts as this almost ritualistic, if, deeply unglamorous attempt to scrub away the grime and debauchery of the morning.
And then almost immediately after this attempt at purification, the narrative throws another curveball, doesn't it?
It does. Faulkner.
Faulkner is seen waving a 12-foot rebel flag in the yard,
A huge flag.
justifying it with the pronouncement, "Irony, my son, is the greatest gift of all." The contrast is just stark between the grimy reality of the aftermath, the sheer unpleasantness of smelling of urine and motherfucking blood and catfish grease, and Faulkner's lofty, if unsettling, intellectualization of his actions, with that massive flag on what's described as a 10-foot, 12-foot pole, 20-foot pole, whatever it was.
Yeah, the pole size seems uncertain, adding to the chaos.
Right. He's using irony as the shield, almost daring anyone to challenge the deeply problematic symbolism he's embracing. It's a key example of the absurd and decaying humor that runs through this narrative, showing how human flaws and profound issues can be cloaked in these self-serving justifications.
And this raises an important question. What's the significance of this almost ritualistic cleansing with ordinary household products, followed by the immediate return to provocation? It's a very Southern Gothic image, right? Decay and attempted redemption, but one that fails almost immediately. Faulkner's justification by irony is a profound, if grotesque, statement on how meaning can be twisted or reinterpreted. It sets a powerful precedent for how the entire narrative will play with our perceptions of truth and meaning.
Okay.
And it's from this deeply Southern, deeply absurd foundation that the narrative takes its next, utterly unexpected leap, straight into cosmic contact.
And this foundation of absurdity is immediately launched into the cosmic. Without warning, a part barn, part spaceship materializes in the front yard.
Right there. Not sleek, not futuristic.
No, it's rustic, yet otherworldly. And it's driven by a cow lady wearing leather who speaks very country, apparently.
Uh-huh. And the dude is inside, completely unfazed, drinking a White Russian.
Of course he is. And the ship itself.
Described as being made of half and half, literally a milk ship.
A mill ship. Okay.
Then they take the characters on this lightning-fast loop around Alpha Centauri,
Wow.
where a representative from God expresses impressiveness with their handling of a food fight at the Eudora catfish joint.
Wait, a food fight? That's what gets God's attention.
Apparently. Think about that for a moment. Out of all humanity's achievements, their handling of a chaotic food fight is what catches divine attention.
That's incredible.
They encounter strange could dispensers on the ship, these bizarre machines that seem to offer some kind of cosmic sustenance or maybe just alien snacks,
Right.
foreshadowing the truly peculiar nature of their universe.
Good dispensers. Okay.
And it's here that the 1998 Huffy is first mentioned as a key element in their new mission.
The Huffy Bice.
Yeah, planting Huffy bicycles everywhere as recruiting devices for the next generation of riders.
Yeah.
This also involves playing with time and abundance, abilities which quickly land them in trouble.
This changes everything, doesn't it? We jump from a backyard bender to interstellar travel and divine recognition, all hinging on a food fight. This deep dive truly plunges into the unexpected.
It really does.
What's the significance of these ordinary, even absurd characters being chosen for such a cosmic mission? And why is a food fight so important in the divine eye? And the detail of Mickey Mouse feet on a bicycle just adds to the surreal blend of the mundane and the cosmic, further blurring the lines between the sacred and the ridiculous.
Well, if we connect this to the bigger picture, it suggests that perhaps the divine operates on a very different scale of importance than humans do.
You think?
Or maybe that the absurd actions of mortals can have cosmic ramifications. God's focus on the Eudora catfish joint food fight,
Yeah.
this trivial, chaotic event, over any grand human achievement, completely subverts our expectations of divine judgment.
Yeah, completely.
It implies that perhaps chaos and raw, unadulterated human experience are precisely what interest a bored or unconventional deity. And the introduction of the Huffy here is crucial.
The bike again.
It's a seemingly mundane object that immediately becomes a focal point of divine purpose, foreshadowing its escalating significance throughout the saga. This bizarre premise where everyday objects and drunken antics are suddenly intertwined with cosmic destiny leads them directly to their next destination, a most unconventional rehab.
And this brings us to what we're calling part 2, cracks in reality and the emergence of the meta-narrative. And what a rehab experience it is. The group is immediately sent to the Betty Ford Clinic, but it's 1982.
Right, back in time.
And the place is described as filled with weirdos, including washed-out actors like Clint Eastwood.
Just casually hanging out.
And Shelby Foote, true to his character, is constantly trying to escape, prompting warnings reminiscent of Scooby-Doo's Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh. You can almost hear it.
But here's where the narrative truly delights in its absurdity.
Yep.
The narrator, our buddy Portis, due to being 99.9% THC and 0.01% ambition, is deemed too far gone for Betty Ford and sent to Area 51 for pre-op stuff.
Area 51.
For rehab, apparently. And Faulkner's treatment at Betty Ford, get this,
What is it?
smoking 1 ounce of locally sourced California weed per day.
That's his treatment.
Yes, leading him to lament being a washed-out pothead superstar. The staff even tells him to shut the fuck up and finish your critical kush before the day ends.
Wow. This section truly doubles down on the deconstruction of traditional authority and, well, the unexpected pathways to rehabilitation.
Right.
The very notion of Betty Ford being a place of mandated excess, where the treatment involves government-sanctioned pot rations for literary icons, flips our understanding of recovery and government secrets on its head.
Totally flips it.
Area 51, typically a site of alien secrecy, becomes a detox center for someone who's practically a walking cannabis plant. It's a complete inversion of expectations, questioning the very definition of normal and recovery in this universe.
It's hilariously absurd, but also makes you wonder about the logic of this universe. Is rehab truly about getting better, or just a different kind of controlled experience?
Exactly. And then after 90 days, everyone, including Buddy Portis, converges at Area 51 for a truly bizarre reunion.
At Area 51.
Buddy insists on a ritual shave that bizarrely necessitates building a huge front porch on a main building.
A front porch on an Area 51 building.
Funded by dark government money, no less.
Of course. Dark government money for a porch. Makes perfect sense.
And this ritual isn't just for anyone. It includes Tentacle Gary getting shaved.
Tentacle Gary.
Copies of Norwood, presumably a text of significant or cult status within this strange reality, being handed out, and culminates in a Masters of the Universe reading contest.
A He-Man reading contest at Area 51.
Apparently. And the contest is won by an 8-foot-tall hairy figure with a PhD in Appalachian Studies named Ralph.
Ralph the Appalachian Sasquatch PhD.
It seems so. And his winning pronouncement is simply, woo doggy.
Ooh, doggy, that's profound.
The creation of a front porch at Area 51 is such a striking image, isn't it?
It really is.
It's the ultimate symbol of Southern domesticity and community, juxtaposed with top-secret government operations. It suggests this deeply ingrained need for familiar rituals, even within the most alien and controlled environments. The fact that dark government money is appropriated for this purpose, seemingly without question, highlights the narrative's disregard for conventional logic and its embrace of the ridiculous. And the presence of Tentacle Gary and an Appalachian Sasquatch PhD like Ralph winning a reading contest underscores the increasingly bizarre blend of entities that populate this narrative, normalizing the utterly abnormal.
The sheer audacity of building a front porch on a secret government base for a ritual shave funded by dark government money. It really makes you question what the priorities of this universe are. Could these elaborate rituals be like subconscious attempts by the characters to impose order or meaning on their increasingly chaotic existence?
Maybe.
Or are they just further signs of their descent into collective madness?
It could be both. Regardless of the intent, these moments of collective absurdity actually trigger profound insights, especially for the literary figures.
Yeah, like what?
Well, Faulkner, for example, experiences a moment where he recalls events not as a moment, but as the collapse of 1,000 moments upon themselves.
Yeah.
He perceives the porch as built not of boards, but of memory.
Wow, deep. Even for Faulkner on government weed.
Right. It's a deeply philosophical insight disguised as maybe a mushroom-fueled rant about the nature of time and remembrance. And even more explicitly, Shelby Foote.
What about Shelby?
While gallivanting through Grant's left flank of Civil War history, which is just a fantastic image.
It really is.
He has this profound revelation. It ain't about the guns. It's about the silence. That's the real history.
Just silence.
Yeah. He realizes he's a time-traveling, snack-stealing, cowardly ghost dressed like a pirate.
Quite the self-assessment.
And most significantly, that he saw behind the curtain.
Behind the curtain. Okay, so these moments are crucial, aren't they? Offering the first real cracks in the veneer of their reality.
Exactly.
The very figures we associate with chronicling reality are starting to see it as this malleable, perhaps even fabricated thing. Faulkner's perception of reality as a decaying, collapsing narrative hints at the meta-truth to come, while Shelby's moment of clarity is even more explicit, suggesting that history itself is a performance, a story that depends entirely on the storyteller.
Mm-hmm.
This really makes you wonder, what does it mean when the characters themselves start to question the fundamental nature of their reality? It sets the stage for the biggest reveal yet.
And that biggest reveal comes from Buddy Portis, ever the grounded observer amidst the chaos.
What does Buddy say?
He drops a bombshell, tapping his mic, stating with characteristic deadpan, "The bear was created by AI on demand."
The bear? What bear? Does it matter? AI on demand.
We don't even know about a bear yet, but he states it as fact. And this prompts God, who reveals himself with a tie-dyed rainbow halo and an exasperated tone.
A tie-dyed halo, perfect.
To confirm that their entire reality, including himself, is a block universe.
A block universe, like a simulation.
Essentially, yeah. A predetermined timeline where every moment, past, present, and future, already exists simultaneously, like a recorded film. He admits they are all locked in, like a genie in a bottle, stuck on a shelf.
Wow. So if God is a game designer and we're all characters, does that mean we have free will, or are we just following a script?
Shelby, upon hearing this, even asks, "Lord Almighty, you mean Branson Golden Corral was just a side quest?"
A side quest. The sheer absurdity is palpable.
This is where the psychedelic meets the truly existential, isn't it? Making you wonder, what's on page 163 and who's writing it?
And this isn't just a philosophical revelation, it's physically manifested. Just as this sinks in, Buddy notices that his notebook shows page 76 of 163.
But he's only written 76 pages.
Exactly. Despite him only having written 76 pages, this is the textual evidence, concrete proof that their world is not just a narrative, but a pre-written one at that.
Oh, Buddy's immediate conclusion: we're already inside somebody else's notebook. This revelation challenges listeners, you, to consider your own perception of reality. It echoes Faulkner's despair at being no more than an auto-generated sentence fragment.
Yeah.
The idea that your entire existence might be a script with pages already written beyond your current experience is profoundly unsettling.
This profound, terrifying revelation naturally brings us to part 3, the editor's hand and the road trip's inception. So they're reeling from this. Stuck at Area 51, high on divine mushrooms, and yes, apparently licking chocolate from the floor,
Don't ask.
the narrator receives a text message from their cat.
From the cat.
Yep. It says, "Road trip now. Bus waiting. Bring Huffy."
A text from a cat starts the road trip. Okay.
And instantly, as if on cue, the cosmic bus, the haunted 1998 Huffy, and a phantom Model T materialize outside.
Just like that. The urgency and surreal nature of this call to adventure are captivating. It's a literal deus ex machina, that plot device where something comes out of nowhere to save the day.
Right.
But here, it's delivered by a cat. This highlights the unpredictable nature of this block universe and the significance of seemingly insignificant details, like a Huffy suddenly becoming focal points of destiny.
Yeah.
This signals a new chapter, but one where the agency is still external, dictated by a feline text message. The sudden appearance of the vehicles emphasizes that they are still within a constructed reality where things manifest on demand. The Huffy, once a recruiting device, is now explicitly part of the required journey.
But this new phase immediately attracts unwanted attention, right?
It certainly does.
And who arrives to throw a wrench in the cosmic gears? None other than T.S. Eliot.
T.S. Eliot. Really?
Yes, described as pissed off, complaining about trap music in 1915 and their vandalizing time. And he brings Emily Dickinson along for moral support.
Eliot and Dickinson, Cosmic Time Cops.
Apparently. Then Eliot and Dickinson force the group onto a hand-pumped rail car, sending them into a deep cavern.
Okay.
There, they encounter Stephen King and Roland Deschain, his iconic gunslinger.
King and the Gunslinger. This is getting crowded.
King delivers this profound speech on existence, then abruptly screams, "Get out of my script."
Get out of his script.
And just like that, they wake up back at Area 51, Groundhog Day style, unsure how they got there or back.
Wow. If even Stephen King can kick them out of his story, it really makes you wonder, are they just bouncing between different authors' narratives?
Right.
It's a terrifying thought about the layers of control, and it's a moment that really underscores their precarious existence. The very fabric of their reality is permeable, and they are merely characters subject to the whims of greater authors, literally being ejected from one story to the next.
This profound sense of being a character in someone else's story is then crystallized by Emily Dickinson, isn't it?
Yes, she steps up after the King incident.
She steps forward, declaring with her characteristic enigmatic wisdom, reality is a house built without blueprints. You climb the stair and find another stair. You scratch the page and find another page.
Beautifully put, in a terrifying way.
She explains that there's 76 of 163, proves they are annotations margin notes in someone else's poem.
Yeah.
And the poet does not stop at 163.
They're just margin notes.
No.
And then she delivers the most chilling line of all.
What's that?
Death is not the exit, it is the editor. When he tires of your draft, you will be revised.
Revise, oh man.
This prompts God. Remember the tie-dye Halo guy?
Yeah.
He confesses, "Damn it, Emily, you weren't supposed to say that part out loud."
Yeah.
He admits, the editor's real, bigger than me, bigger than all of this.
So even God is subject to the editor.
Yes. He admits that he, the supposed creator, is also trapped on the shelf too. This completely upends the power structure, making their situation even more dire, as even the creator is trapped within this cosmic library.
Wow.
And as this unfolds, Appendix A etches itself in glowing red across Buddy's notebook.
Appendix A, the realization that even God is just a character, subject to the whims of a higher editor who treats existence like a manuscript. That's truly mind-bending. He admits to being trapped on the shelf too, just like a piece of abandoned software or a forgotten book. And then the literal manifestation of Appendix A in Buddy's notebook, it's like their fate is being written in real time right before their eyes. A concrete, glowing threat that transforms their existential dread into a tangible plot point.
This brings us right into Part 4. Writing their way out, the Appendix road trip. The glowing Appendix A in Buddy's notebook.
Yeah. What is it?
It's revealed to be a classified FBI report.
An FBI report.
Yes.
Right.
From the jaw-droppingly named Space Force Time Capsule Black Universe Research Specialties Mountain Fort Organization.
SFTC-BR-SMFO. Seriously.
SFTCB or SMFO. Essentially the shadowy government agency tasked with dissecting the very fabric of their block universe. And this report is declassified 75 years later.
Okay.
It details the Faulkner meltdown incident,
Yeah.
presumably the rebel flag thing, maybe more. And crucially notes that Appendix A can only be accessed through active narrative continuation.
Active narrative continuation, so they have to keep the story going to get to the appendix.
Precisely. This is a truly astonishing turn. The universe isn't just a story, it's a classified government document they have to write themselves into.
Wow.
Buddy realizes that his writing is actively creating the pages, and if they want out, we're going to have to be the editors.
So he takes control.
He has to try. It's the ultimate meta moment, where the act of creating the narrative becomes the means of their survival. They are literally writing their way to freedom, turning Buddy's chronicling into an act of salvation.
But this new crucial role is immediately challenged, isn't it?
Oh, immediately.
Yeah.
As Buddy begins to understand his new role as editor, the FBI report starts writing back,
The report writes back.
literally censoring characters' voices and actions, with big black redacted bars appearing on the page.
Like a classified document.
Exactly. Faulkner is redacted, Shelby's voice vanishes mid-scream, and God's halo becomes divine entity classified.
Oh my God.
This is the ultimate conflict within the meta-narrative. The characters literally fighting against the text that seeks to control or erase them. Buddy bravely scrawls, "We speak," on the page.
Good for Buddy.
A powerful declaration of agency against the oppressive editor, restoring their voices. But the report, in response, initiates an ominous erase sequence.
Erase sequence. The stakes couldn't be higher. Their survival depends on Buddy's ability to outright the FBI and the editor.
Right. They quickly scramble onto the cosmic bus, with Buddy furiously writing their escape as the bus rolls, dissolving the redaction bars into glowing words, and inventing turns and highways into nowhere.
That's amazing. It's a high-stakes, action-packed battle against censorship where ink and paper are literally their weapons and their escape vehicle. It makes you wonder, are we also battling invisible redaction bars in our own stories, trying to write our way out of imposed narratives and claim our voices?
It's a powerful metaphor. And this desperate escape leads them to the very heart of their predicament. The bus bursts through the blackout into this surreal landscape.
Where do they end up?
The towering oak desk of the editor, complete with a giant red pen
The editor's desk.
and a glowing golden corral buffet, shimmering with promise right there on the desk.
A golden corral. On the editor's desk? Why?
Who knows? But while Shelby, Ralph, the Sasquatch PhD, remember? And Emily Dickinson immediately assault the buffet with gusto.
Priorities.
Buddy, Faulkner, and God confront the imposing editor, and then in a moment of pure, glorious chaos,
What happens?
Shelby hurls his ladle from the buffet.
He throws the ladle.
Yes, and it impossibly collides with the editor's giant red pen, causing it to falter and stain with gravy.
Gravy on the editor's pen. That's incredible.
The buffet then collapses into the desk, burying paperwork under mashed potatoes and chocolate. Utter chaos.
You can't make this up. The destiny of their universe hinges on a ladle thrown across a buffet, staining the editor's pen with gravy. It's a scene that perfectly blends the sublime and the absurd.
Exactly.
It's a testament to the unpredictable nature of stories and how the most unexpected actions, even something as mundane as a hurled ladle, can have the greatest impact. It's the ultimate Southern Gothic absurdity. Even the cosmic overlords can't escape the chaos of a buffet line.
So, with the editor weakened and faltering, gravy-stained pen and all, Buddy steps forward, his notebook glowing with newfound authority.
Yeah.
He proposes a compromise. The editor, he suggests, retains control by supervising, but the characters get the pen on the road.
The pen on the road.
Yeah. They will write their road trip, a rolling appendix, providing the story while the editor supervises edits.
A rolling appendix. I love it. Does the editor agree?
Surprisingly, yes. The editor approves, manifesting the words, approved on probation. Appendix road trip initiated.
On probation.
This is a pivotal shift, right? From conflict to a fragile collaboration. Buddy's pragmatism wins the day, creating a new framework for their existence. It's a compelling idea of how characters can gain agency, not by overthrowing the author, but by negotiating a creative partnership. The appendix road trip suggests continuation of their story, but now with a defined purpose and this unique collaborative structure.
So they're not just living a story anymore. They're co-authoring it under probation. It's a powerful moment about finding freedom and purpose, even within a predetermined framework. The stage is now truly set for a truly epic and meta-adventure, where every mile is a page waiting to be written.
This sets us squarely into Part 5, the Proctor Saga. The true quest unfolds. Their first destination on this rolling appendix
Where do they go first?
is Chronopolis population. Everyone, always.
Chronopolis.
A town that's described as a wild collage of every decade, where neon signs buzz above gas lamps and trap music thumps from a 1920s speakeasy. Total time mashup.
Wow. Sounds disorienting.
Extremely. And here they experience a 1970s Doors concert with Jim Morrison screaming, "How many people know you're alive?"
Intense.
This sensory overload acts as a catalyst for a major narrative correction from the editor.
Oh, what does the editor do now?
Stamps a stark X over previous events in Buddy's notebook, effectively deleting them with the note, "That didn't happen."
Just erases their past.
Just like that. And inserts a new, glowing margin note. Proctor, main character, 1915, age 1.
Proctor, a new main character, introduced retroactively.
Exactly. The name Proctor Huffy then begins to repeat in the margin, asserting its newfound importance. Not only is their past being erased, but a new main character is being inserted. It makes you wonder if the editor can just hit delete and insert what's truly real about their story.
Yeah, seriously. And the very mention of Proctor Huffy instantly hooks into something that's been lurking in the background for a while now, those Huffy bicycles.
Precisely. The words Proctor Huffy repeat insistently in the margin, pulling their attention. Shelby interprets Proctor as the one who gives the test, the one who watches, makes sure you don't cheat.
Like an exam proctor.
Right. Buddy connects Proctor Huffy directly to the Huffy bicycles they were divinely tasked with planning earlier.
The recruiting devices.
Yeah, suggesting they were breadcrumbs, test markers, maybe even the key to finding him.
Okay, so the bikes were clues.
And then Emily Dickinson offers a profound insight. The proctor is not the rider. The proctor is the bicycle. He tests you by carrying you, and every pedal is a question.
The bicycle is the proctor. Whoa.
As if to confirm, the haunted 1998 Huffy rattles ominously, and the sky declares in booming tones, "Find Proctor. Follow the Huffy."
This is truly the genesis of their core quest, then. Their divine mission to plant Huffies was actually part of a larger cosmic test from a mysterious entity named Proctor, with the bicycles themselves being the instruments of that test.
It seems so.
It's a moment that ties everything together, turning their absurd road trip into a quest for answers about their own existence and purpose. Every previous bizarre event suddenly clicks into a larger, more coherent, though still utterly strange, narrative.
This new understanding launches them into a ritualistic yes path.
A yes path, what's that?
It's described as a progression where each of the 8 yes affirmations adds a new, often disorienting layer of understanding or chaos. We'll imagine saying yes to chaos and unleashing a cascade of reality-bending events, or yes to uncertainty, momentarily blurring their memories. This cumulative affirmation builds this profound, almost spiritual momentum,
Okay.
culminating in yes to Proctor, glowing on the road ahead of them, signaling their complete, if bewildered, surrender to this quest.
Do they commit?
They commit. The haunted Huffy then stops, and a shadow peels itself loose from its frame,
A shadow.
which solidifies into Proctor, half man, half machine, with spokes for fingers and handlebars jutting from his shoulders.
Spokes for fingers, handlebars. That's
Chisel. His voice is the rasp of a rusty chain. Proctor's physical manifestation from the Huffy itself is this striking visual, cementing his identity as both examiner and embodied mechanism of their test. He's not just a character, he's the personification of the very questions they must answer. A blend of Southern Gothic decay and alien technology.
The bicycle itself gives birth to their examiner. It's the ultimate embodiment of Southern Gothic decay mixed with psychedelic alien weirdness. The way he's described, instantly, this isn't going to be a simple Q&A session.
Indeed. And Proctor's first question cuts right to the core of the meta-narrative they've been living.
What does he ask?
What is real? The story you lived or the story you wrote?
Oof. Big question. How do they answer?
The crew debates. Shelby advocates for the lived story, Faulkner for the written, and Godever the coder for patch updates.
Patch updates.
But Buddy Portis provides the key insight, demonstrating his unique ability to synthesize the story's layers.
What's Buddy's take?
He says, both.
Neither.
The story we live becomes the story we wrote, and the story we wrote becomes the story we live. It's recursive. It loops. Reality isn't one or the other. It's the overlap.
The overlap, that's
Yeah.
actually quite profound.
It is. And Proctor confirms his answer is good. This is a core philosophical interrogation of their reality, and maybe ours too. But he grasps the recursive nature of their existence, where the act of living and the act of narrating are inseparable. This overlap is the fundamental truth of their block universe, and a crucial insight for you, the listener, as well.
Buddy's essentially cracked the code on their simulation. It's a profound thought about the fluid, interconnected nature of narrative and experience, suggesting that their very existence is a feedback loop. If our lives are a blend of living and writing, what implications does that have for our choices, our memories, and our sense of identity?
And the tests don't stop there. Proctor immediately presents a multifaceted challenge, escalating the stakes significantly.
Oh, what?
He delivers a riddle.
A riddle.
Yes. What rides but never walks, what speaks but has no tongue, what writes but leaves no hand. He also gives them a monumental task. Ride Huffies across 1,000 roads, leading to different decades, planting one in each age.
1,000 roads, planting Huffies through time? That's huge.
And then a chilling demand for sacrifice. One rider must be erased, a page torn out to lighten the load.
Erased, like killed or just deleted?
It's ambiguous, but terrifying. Proctor doesn't make it easy. He combines intellectual, physical, and this deeply personal challenge. The task of seeding time with Huffies implies they're not just taking a test, but also contributing to the very fabric of the narrative, perhaps creating new questions or tests for future cycles.
Right.
And the demand for erasure is a chilling echo of the editor's power, forcing them to confront the impermanence of their own existence within this story.
The sheer scope of this task is overwhelming, and the demand for sacrifice pushes the crew to their limits. Faulkner apparently even begs to be erased, embracing his auto-generated sentence fragment status.
Poor Faulkner.
What does it mean to be erased in a story like this? Is it a form of death or just a narrative omission, like a character written out of a long-running show?
Well, the answer to that question becomes clearer as the puzzle unfolds. After the crew debates who will be erased, Buddy solves the riddle with a flash of insight.
It's the answer.
He says, it's not the bicycle itself, it's the wheel. The wheel rides, the wheel speaks in spokes, the wheel writes in tracks.
The wheel.
Proctor confirms this, then twists the sacrifice. It's not a man,
Yeah.
but a wheel from the haunted Huffy itself. The Huffy's front wheel bursts free, spinning into the sky like a flaming coin, leaving the Huffy permanently altered.
So they sacrifice part of the bike, not a person.
Exactly. The solution to the riddle provides this brilliant narrative pivot, transforming the brutal demand for human sacrifice into a symbolic yet still impactful act. The wheel, as a symbol of cycles and progression, becomes the perfect sacrifice for a journey through a recursive universe. Its detachment emphasizes the cost of their continued narrative, forcing them to proceed in a crooked but true way, symbolizing a necessary diminishment for continued progress.
Proctor is certainly a tricky examiner. They thought they had to give up a character, but instead they've literally had to deconstruct the very vehicle of their quest. It's a truly clever moment about the hidden meanings in the narrative and how even their most central objects have deeper symbolic weight and can be subjected to the same narrative pressures as the characters themselves.
So with their sacrifice made, the haunted Huffy becomes a tricycle.
A three-wheeled cosmic Huffy.
And the convoy of three-wheeled Huffies rolls into the fractured decades. They visit the Jazz Age, the Dust Bowl, the psychedelic 1960s, and the trap-heavy 2010s, all at once, planting bikes.
Wow.
Proctor doesn't vanish. He rides with them, silent, his shadow marking red X's on the pavement every time a Huffy falters.
Red X's, like grading them.
Exactly. Buddy notes that the pages in Buddy's notebook turn themselves as if graded in real time, and Emily Dickinson whispers, "Proctor's not a passenger. Proctor is the margin itself." Proctor is the margin. Wow. This depicts their journey as a constant active examination. Proctor's shadow, marking red X's, reinforces his role as the ultimate grader, directly influencing their narrative in real time. Dickinson's insight suggests he is an inherent, unescapable part of their constructed reality, omnipresent within the text itself. The three-wheeled Huffy symbolizes their resilience and continued progress despite being diminished, a testament to their adaptability within this bizarre narrative.
Their entire road trip is a graded test. Every wobble, every misstep is being marked, literally. The pressure must be immense. It's a high-stakes, real-time assessment of their ability to navigate this wild narrative. It really does make you wonder if we're all being graded in our own lives every day by an unseen hand.
And these tests take them to truly absurd places, like landing in a choking 1930s Dust Bowl,
The Dust Bowl.
where Proctor immediately demands action. What do you give these people? Simultaneously.
Yeah.
Julius Caesar is giving a TEDx Dust Bowl talk on sustainability from a podium of broken tractors.
Julius Caesar, giving a TED Talk. In the Dust Bowl. With trap beats.
With faint trap beats playing in the background, yes.
Okay, that's officially peak absurdity.
Buddy, ever pragmatic, offers bread, while Shelby, ever loyal to his original mission, still wants to offer Huffies.
Huffies for Dust Bowl victims.
Right. This is the epitome of the psychedelic Southern alien Gothic blend, a historical tragedy mashed with profound absurdity. It vividly demonstrates the fractured, nonlinear nature of their block universe and how different realities can coexist, challenging their perception of time and history itself. The conflicting responses from the crew highlight their core characters within this surreal context, showing how they each attempt to make sense of or impose their will upon the bizarre reality they inhabit.
They're witnessing history as a performance, and the line between genuine suffering and hilarious anachronism is completely blurred. It's a powerful moment about the arbitrary nature of reality within their story and the humorous, decaying lens through which it's presented. How do you respond to a TEDx talk from Caesar in the middle of a dust storm? It's just another day in this mind-bending saga.
Retreat to sanctuary and a moment of clarity.
After the relentless testing and those surreal historical mashups, the narrative provides this moment of unexpected grace.
Oh, a break. They need one.
They really do. The convoy dissolves, and the characters feel themselves pulled down separate trails of time, lost and searching, before they all find themselves together again in a tranquil 1896 pine forest near Crosswood, Arkansas.
Back to Arkansas, 1896.
This section serves as a crucial moment of respite, a genuine pause in the storm after relentless testing, much like, say, the Hindu concept of cosmic cycles of creation, preservation, and dissolution. Their journey seems to have these periods of dispersal followed by inevitable reunification. They find this peaceful clearing with a gentle fire, stumps for seating, clear water. And Buddy, significantly, does not open his notebook.
He puts the pen down.
Yes. The return to a serene, natural southern setting and Buddy's choice to finally put down his pen signifies this temporary release from the pressures of being written or tested, allowing for a moment of genuine human connection and respite.
After all that chaos, they find a moment of profound peace. It's a striking contrast, isn't it? A moment about finding sanctuary and clarity, even if temporary, by simply letting go of the need to control or understand the narrative. It's a beautiful pause from the absurdity they've faced. A quiet reminder that even within a simulated reality, there could be moments of profound natural grounding.
And in this newfound tranquility, a small humorous detail becomes incredibly significant.
Yeah, what is it?
While resting in the forest listening to a whippoorwill, Shelby insists the call is actually "Chick fell out the willow."
Chick fell out the willow, not whippoorwill.
That's what Shelby insists. And everyone listens, agrees, and bursts out laughing, finding simple human truth in the shared, reinterpreted sound.
Huh. That's sweet, actually.
This seemingly small, humorous detail is incredibly significant because it highlights the power of perception and shared interpretation in creating truth, even within an otherwise simulated or fragmented reality.
Right.
It's a vital, humanizing counterpoint to the meta-narrative, a reminder that even amidst cosmic absurdity, simple human connection and the reframing of perception can create moments of profound, grounding truth and joy.
This little moment, the shared, silly realization, feels truer and more real than any of the cosmic revelations they've had. It's truly compelling, making you consider where true meaning can often be found, not in grand pronouncements or divine interventions, but in small, shared human experiences and a collective reframing of perception. It's the kind of human connection that transcends even a block universe.
The final confrontation. The Examiner and the Origin Huffy.
However, the peace is, of course, temporary. The very next day, exploring the Waukita bottomlands, they encounter a Native American guide
Okay.
who is clearly a white man in bad costume.
Oh, come on. Really?
Yes. Yet, despite the obvious disguise, this guide possesses genuine, specific knowledge of the land, its plants, and every catfish hole.
So, fake costume, real knowledge.
Exactly. Emily Dickinson, ever the astute observer, comments, "The bicycle is the artifact. The man is the mask."
The bicycle is the artifact, the man is the mask. Interesting.
This encounter reintroduces the theme of appearance versus reality in a subtle yet potent way. The fake guide with real knowledge suggests that authenticity can emerge from unexpected, even deceptive sources, challenging their previous assumptions about what is real. Dickinson's observation is key, hinting that the mask itself might be a test of their perception, challenging them to look beyond the surface and discern true insight.
Even in their moment of peace, they can't escape the tests. And sometimes the truth comes from the most unlikely and clearly costume sources. It's fascinating that the narrative consistently plays with these layers of authenticity. You have to ask, if the most genuine knowledge comes from someone clearly playing a role, what does that say about the nature of their reality? Or even our own?
And this encounter builds inexorably to the climax of the saga. The guide leads them to a Huffy half buried in muck.
Another Huffy.
But this one glows faintly and is etched with Proctor Huffy Model 1915.
Model 1915, the year the editor mentioned.
Exactly, identifying it as the first one, the Origin bike.
The Origin bike.
This is a major breakthrough, giving them a tangible connection to the very beginning of their larger predicament, the source point of the Proctor saga. From deep inside its frame, a hollow metallic voice emerges, stating, "He can only be ridden."
He can only be ridden, Proctor. The bike.
It confirms that their quest is fundamentally experiential, not merely intellectual or philosophical.
Wow. And the guide, the guy in the bad costume.
He drops his facade,
Yeah.
transforming right before their eyes into the Examiner,
The Examiner.
a part man, part machine being with spokes for fingers, sent directly by Proctor to test your sight.
Spokes for fingers, like Proctor. So he was working for Proctor all along.
It appears so. The very first Proctor Huffy, buried like an ancient artifact, holds the key to the entire saga, and the guide turning into a part machine Examiner. It's a moment that ties the Southern Gothic decay, the psychedelic alien weirdness, and the meta-narrative together perfectly. It sets up the ultimate choice. It's the physical manifestation of all the tests and questions they've faced.
So this leaves the crew at a critical juncture, facing a defining moment.
Absolutely. Shelby, impulsive as ever, is ready to fight the newly revealed Examiner directly, maybe even brandishing his gravy-stained ladle once more, who knows.
Yeah, maybe.
Meanwhile, Buddy and Ralph are focused intently on the mud-slick frame of the unearthed Origin Proctor Huffy. The question hangs in the air for them and for you, the listener. Will they confront the immediate physical threat, the Examiner? Or will they embrace the ultimate challenge by riding the very source of their predicament, the Origin Huffy, hoping to gain control through acceptance and engagement with the core of their narrative?
Fight or ride.
This is the ultimate decision point, forcing the characters, and by extension, us to consider the nature of agency within a predetermined narrative.
Their journey has led them to a choice that defines their reality. Will they fight the editor or the examiner representing him? Or will they ride the very narrative that created them? It's a truly compelling question that leaves you on the edge of your seat, contemplating what the next page of their story, and perhaps ours, might hold. Outro. What an extraordinary deep dive we've taken, I mean, really, into a story that challenges everything we think we know about reality, authorship, and, well, the very act of living.
Absolutely.
From backyard benders with literary legends to cosmic road trips and battles against redacting editors, this saga has truly given us some profound insights into the nature of narrative.
Indeed. We've seen how the mundane can become the magnificent, how our perceptions shape our reality, and how even within a block universe, there might be avenues for agency and co-authorship.
Yeah.
The idea that we could be characters in someone else's story, always under review by some editor or examiner, it's certainly a provocative one.
It makes you wonder, doesn't it, as we consider the journey of these characters, battling literal redactions and writing haunted Huffies through a simulated reality. It leads us to one final provocative thought for you to mull over long after this deep dive ends.
If the universe is a story and death is the editor, how will you choose to write your next page? Will you fight the red pen, or will you ride the very narrative that carries you, trusting that sometimes even a crooked journey can be the most profound truth?
Thank you for joining us on this incredible deep dive. Until next time, keep questioning, keep exploring, and perhaps keep an eye on those margins.